Hi, good morning, everyone. So today we are going to touch upon another aspect of the labor market, and that is going to be related to migration patterns in the country. Now, when we go ahead and when we talk about migration in India, there are multiple questions which can be asked in exam from this point of view. The first question can be on the reasons of migration. Elaborate. So they can ask you, what are the reasons why migration takes place? Elaborate. That's the basic thing. The second important question that they can go ahead and ask you is, discuss the trends of migration over the last 3 decades. Discuss the trends of migration over the last 3 decades, in which what you will have to go ahead and do is, you will have to discuss in detail from the census of India. I will be showing all of this in today's lecture, don't worry. Right? So you will be going ahead and you will be discussing the data from the census of India. Another question that can be asked from this is, they can give you a statement that women migration has been higher than male migration. Elaborate. Right? So again, we will be going ahead and we will be taking the reasons as to why women migration is more. And you can also, you would have guessed it, that women migration is usually more than male migration because of the reason of marriage, right? Especially in villages, when women get married, then they are married to different district, different state. They can be married from a rural to an urban region. So the migration can definitely go ahead and be more in women, and that is what we will be discussing with data today, right? Another important question that can be asked from this is, why have reasons of migration changed over time? Again, this is something which is very clearly visible through the census that I will be discussing, through the census data that we will be discussing today. So it has been seen that the reasons for migration earlier were very different, right? And the reasons of migration now are different. And basically, as we progressed through the census, we kept adding more reasons why people can go ahead and migrate. I will be showing that also in today's lecture. So these are few of the questions that can be asked related to migration. Trends of migration and reasons for migration are very, very important aspects that needs to be discussed in detail. Now, whenever we do such kind of lectures, right, there is presence of data in such kind of lectures, and it is important that you remember at least some numbers. कुछ सारे नहीं, but कुछ important percentage को याद रखना. It is important that you go ahead and you remember them. Okay, let's start. Migration in India, trends and characteristics. Migration in India is as old, or migration anywhere is as old as the human civilization. जब से हमने देखा है that humans have settled down, humans are migrating from one place to another. Even when we talk about the constitution of India, it gives us a right that we can go ahead and migrate from one place to another in search of a better livelihood. हम easily एक state से दूसरे state, एक district से दूसरे district migrate कर सकते हैं. It is our right. We are allowed to do so in order to go ahead and look out for a better livelihood. So migration has always been there. But what happened is that when we talk about the early phases of the history, जब हम शुरुआती time की बात करते हैं, it has been seen that there was a lack of transportation and language skills. हाँ, पहले transportation उतना अच्छा नहीं था, right? So you could only travel to from one district to another to smaller distances. Whereas now you can go ahead and you can travel for longer distances, right? Similarly, the language skills required. So if I have to specially travel from one country to another, suppose, then I would need very different language skills, right? So it has been seen that due to the lack of transportation facilities and due to the lack of language skills in the earlier period, migration, it was limited to short distances, right? So this is what has been mentioned here. Geographical barriers played an essential role in giving opportunities to migration event. Due to lack of transportation and language skills, migration was limited to short distances. तो पहले migration बहुत limited जगह तक ही possible हो पाता था, where you had similar language and where transportation was possible. But today, migration is a response to technological progress, industrialization, and urbanization. So, number one, what has happened is technology has helped us easily move from one place to another. We have the best transportation also available. There is also industrialization. माने urban area में जो opportunities हैं वो इतना अच्छी opportunities हैं. There are so good opportunities. So much money is involved that you can easily travel from one place to another, right? In search of good money, right? And urbanization. So because urban areas have better living standards, right? Therefore, migration is a more viable option that you should also go ahead and experience the better living standard. So because of technological progress, because of industrialization, because of urbanization and convenient transport, migration is better possible today. Now, this is the definition of migration given in the Indian census. The definitions should be remembered as it is. जो definition census में दी गई है, जिसके basis पे वो migration को count करते हैं, you have to remember the definition as it is. So, according to the Indian census, a person is considered migrant if his or her place of birth is different from the place where he is being enumerated. So, if today I am working in Delhi, but my place of birth is Bombay, then I am a migrant. Right? So this is the definition of being migrant. Now, between 1991 and 2001, right, it was seen that Maharashtra, Gujarat, Punjab, Delhi, and Haryana, they had large number of interstate migrants in India. So from other states, these five states were attracting a lot of citizens. They were going ahead and they were attracting a lot of migrants. So it was seen that Maharashtra, Gujarat, Punjab, Delhi, and Haryana had a lot of interstate migrants. In the recent years, numerous changes in policies on education, market, trade in India have impacted the patterns of migration. तो जैसे जैसे दो चीजें देखा गया. अगर आपकी अपनी स्टेट में बेटर एजुकेशन फैसिलिटी, बेटर मार्केट इस्टेब्लिश होगा, बेटर ट्रेड पॉसिबल हो पाएगा, तो you will stay within your state. There is no reason why you will want to migrate. You would want to migrate only and only if your state does not provide the facilities that other states are providing. So it has been seen that as there are policy changes that take place, right, as other states are also developing, as there are educational changes, trade changes, market changes taking place, migration pattern has changed. It has progressively created a gap between agriculture and non-agricultural sector, rural and urban, employment and labor turnover. तो इनमें एक गैप क्रिएट हो गया है कि एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर और नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में गैप क्रिएट हो गया कि कहाँ पे कितना माइग्रेशन होगा, बिकॉज माइग्रेशन इज नाउ पॉसिबल एंड वी हैव सीन इन द लुइस मॉडल पीपल विल मूव फ्रॉम द प्लेस वेयर there is rural to the place where there is urban, from agricultural to non-agricultural activities, right? So a gap will be created, right? So rural and urban areas, there has been a gap, and employment facilities also. Despite the heavy burden of infrastructure in metropolitics, अब क्या है ना, there is something which is called as land density, right? Now what has happened is when more and more people, they go ahead and they come in the urban area, they come in the metropolitan, in the metropolities, in these states. What is going to go ahead and happen? Well, there is going to be more burden on the land. The same land will be distributed among more people, right? So therefore the word land density, land density. Land density basically goes ahead and represents how land is getting distributed among the people. So when there is going to be migration from all states to your state, then the same land gets distributed among more people, the same infrastructure gets distributed among more people, and there is heavy burden on infrastructure. Same infrastructure पे ज़्यादा burden हो जाता है, right? But still, despite having heavy infrastructure burden, it has been seen that because these metropolitan cities, metro cities, they provide a lot of economic opportunities. They have become an attracting place to attract people to come and find job, right? So even though you will be able to find smaller houses in cities, आप जाओ किसी गांव में जाओ, go in a village, look at the house there, look at the place where people are living, they are bigger houses. And you come to a city, you will get small houses but expensive houses, right? Why? Because more people are living in city. The land, the place, the space is less, right? So there is heavy burden of infrastructure, right? Still, there is an attraction towards cities. क्यों? Because people are able to go ahead and find job, better employment, better living standards, better culture in the cities. So still they have been the main force of attracting large number of migrants to find their job or employment, right? The linking with infrastructure facilities in terms of transport and housing facility in the nearby district also attract migrants to major cities. So earlier what was happening was that you were not able to go ahead and attract the migrants because of the lack of transport. कि आप सिटी तक ट्रांसपोर्ट जाओगे कैसे, और अगर चले भी जाते हो तो आप बार बार अपने घर विजिट कैसे करोगे, ट्रांसपोर्ट अच्छा नहीं था, राइट? आप वहां पे रहोगे कहां पे, राइट? हाउसिंग फैसिलिटीज वर नॉट देयर. बट नाउ because there is better transport available, better housing facility available, and sometimes what happens is that people don't live exactly in the center of the city. They go ahead and they live in the outskirts of the city, right? You look at Delhi also. Delhi के जो outskirts हैं, right, which are comparatively cheaper places to live, people will live there, right? So because of the linking, because there is transport available, you can go to your working place, there is housing facility available in the nearby district, therefore people are migrating to major cities. Now let us talk about some of the census data. Whenever you will be talking about census data, these numbers, as I told you, they are important and you need to memorize these numbers. So in 2011 census, 455 million person were migrants who basically were based on the place of last residence, which constituted about 37% of total population. तो एक बात है यहाँ पे, I want to highlight this fact. So you can make a table. This is very interesting that in percentage terms, if I find in terms of percentage of population, migration has declined. Okay. In 1991, it was 97%. In 2001, it was 44%. Just give me 1 minute. I just want to verify the 1991 figure. Yes, it was 97%. Then in 2001, it was 44%. And in 2011, it was 37%. In terms of percentage, it has declined. But in absolute terms, it has increased. 231 million people migrated, 314 million migrated, 455 million migrated. In terms of percentage, it has declined, but in terms of numbers, it has increased. So in absolute numbers, there has been an increase in the migration, right? Okay. Now let us look at what have been the main reasons as to why migration is taking place. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So today we are going to take first another question, and I'm going to take a 10 marks question today. Okay. The question is the following, that suppose that a consumer in two commodity world has linear indifference curve with a slope equal to -half. Find out the equilibrium consumption when Px is equal to Py is equal to 2 and income of consumer is 2000. How does equilibrium bundle change? When Px is equal to 1, Py is equal to 4 with same level of income. Now, first of all, try to understand that this is a very simple question and it has been asked for 10 marks. तो मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा heavy weightage दे दी गई है for a very, very basic question, right? Now, in this case, what we will do is we will try to write the answer as explanatory as possible because it's a 10 marks question. Huh? So first of all, let's try to analyze the question. क्या बोल रहा है question? Suppose consumer in a two commodity world has linear indifference curve. So we know that linear indifference curve represent which goods? Substitute goods. Whenever we have a linear indifference curve, linear mane, these are lines, right? So these represent substitute goods. Now we know that the general form, you don't have to write we know everywhere. I'm just writing we know. You will simply start the sentence with general form of utility function of substitute goods. What is the general form? It is uxy is equal to ax plus by. Ax plus by with the slope of indifference curve being MRS, which is mux by muy, which is a by b. I'm just trying to enhance the question a bit because we want to go ahead and we want to secure 10 marks here. Therefore, in this case, because you're given that MRS, it says slope of indifference curve is minus half. Minus is just showing downward sloping. So you are given that the absolute value of MRS is half, right? Which implies that A by B will be half. A by B will be half, and your utility function will be of the form x plus 2y. Just I'm writing some extra information. Now, we know for substitute goods, equilibrium condition. Please write substitute goods fully, huh? Don't write short forms. For substitute goods, equilibrium condition. What's the equilibrium condition, beta? We know this thing. If MRS is greater than Px by Py, so you will consume only good X. If MRS is less than Px by Py, you will consume only good Y. And if MRS is equal to Px by Py, then you can consume either all of good X or Y or a combination of the two. Huh? This is your equilibrium condition. Now, isko you can also elaborate a bit more, that all of good X means that X star will be M by Px and Y star will be 0. All of good Y means that X star will be 0 and Y star will be M by Py. And a combination of the two means what, beta? It means that either X star is 0, Y star is M by Py, or X star is M by Px, Y star is 0, or you can have X star any value in between 0 to M by Px. And Y star will be the money spent on the remaining amount. जब हमने X consume कर लिया, so remaining can be Y. Right? So you can elaborate this a bit because this is a 10 marks question. right? So here now, let's come back to the question now. Here you are given that Px and Py are equal to each other, right? And both of them are 2. So in this case, Px equal to Py equal to 2. So Px by Py equal to 2 by 2 equal to 1. What is your MRS given in absolute value? MRS is given as half. Okay. So MRS, we will always compare this in absolute value. MRS, which is half, is less than Px by Py. Right? Therefore, because you can also write, since half is less than 1. Half is less than 1. Right? So therefore, consumer will consume all of income on good Y. So X star will be 0 and Y star will be M by Py. Income of the consumer is given as 2000 by 2. That means 1000 units. Okay. So you need to make sure that you explain as much as possible. It's a 10 marks question. And this is a full-fledged explanation with nothing missing in this. Now what you can do is you can finally give a diagram. So MRS is half and Px by Py is 1. So budget line has to be steeper. This is your budget line. 1 second. Right? So draw a steeper budget line, right? And in that steeper budget line, go ahead and ensure that you go ahead and you mention, you label each of the axes. You label the x-axis, you label the y-axis well. So let's go ahead and let's try to do that. Give me a minute. Okay, so here you go ahead and you mention M by Py. That means this will be 1000. And here you mention M by Px. That means this will also be 1000. And your indifference curve. So please write down the slope of this is 1 in absolute values. Right? Then you can mention that if you don't want to write an absolute value, just write -1. Huh? Then you draw some ICs, which will be flatter because the slope of indifference curve is half. Right? And this is the, you can just mention here itself. So I'm going to take this a little here. Budget line, slope, -1, ICs, slope, -half, highest indifference curve reached. What you're doing here? All of good Y consumed. So at the highest indifference curve that you have reached, you are going ahead and consuming all of good Y, and this is your equilibrium point also, right? So you can say that point E represents the equilibrium point. Just imagine, here I am explaining you. Even after giving you full-fledged explanation, after explaining you each and every step, how to do, what to do, then also it took me only 10 minutes to write this answer for 10 marks. That means it will not take you more than 7-8 minutes, right? And you are giving a full-fledged excellent answer. So make sure to get the speed. Make sure that you write in a beautiful handwriting. And make sure that you mention each and everything according to the marks dedicated to the question. Right? Now, let us go ahead and let us take the second part. So I'm leaving this to you. You will be able to do this also. How does the equilibrium bundle change when Px is 1 and Py is 4 with the same level of income? Right? Okay, let's start. So case 2. If Px is 1 and Py is 4. Now you don't have to do everything again. ऐसा नहीं है कि step 1 से you will rewrite everything down. You have already explained everything. You have already explained how to solve this kind of question, how to find the equilibrium condition. So now you can skip through those points and you can come directly on what the question is asking, right? So imagine it like this, that the first part would have contained, because the breakage is not given, so the first part would have been approximately of 6 to 7 marks, right? And the second part would have been for 2 to 3 marks, right? Because it is, if someone has answered the first part correctly, right, the examiner knows that they know the concept, they know things well, right? And if they know things well, then we are sure that the second part will also be correct. So no need to go ahead and explain these things again. So you can just begin in this case now, that you are given that Px is 1 and Py is 4. So Px by Py will be 1 by 4. Comparing the slope of budget line with difference curve in absolute value, right? What do you get? So Px by Py is less than MRSXY. Px by Py, here in this case, it is less. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, beta, today we are going to go ahead and we are going to take one of the questions and we are going to see how to write the answer in this case. It is easy to know the answer, to know a concept, but how you should be framing the answer, that is a little difficult. Okay. So, let's take the question today and let us try to see how to solve this question. If the demand function is given to you as P is equal to 4 minus 0.5 square, for what values of Q will the price elasticity of demand be unity? Now, I just want to alert you here. So first of all, let me just write it here. First of all, it is important. Let me reshare my screen. I think something happened. Okay. So first of all, it is important that when you go ahead and when when you are going ahead and you are equating it to unity, right? You need to make sure, you need to keep this in mind that you need to equate this to -1, not 1, right? ये एक चीज है जो बहुत important है. So when I will be finding the elasticity of demand, I will be equate, जो भी यहाँ पे value आएगा, I will be equating this to -1. That is one thing which is important. If you don't want to equate this to -1 and you want to equate this to 1, then what you can go ahead and you can do is you can take the elasticity of demand and absolute value and equate this to 1. Right? So try to understand this thing. It says for what value of Q will price elasticity of demand be unity. Now, this is elasticity of demand. So when we say unit elastic, it means that we need to equate it to -1. Otherwise, you will get a wrong answer. And if you're equating it to 1, to the left hand side, when you will solve it, you need to ensure that you take it in the absolute value. Okay? That's the first important thing here. The second important thing here is the formula of elasticity of demand. So the formula of elasticity of demand is how quantity changes as price changes into price by quantity. Right. But here, if you see, you are given price as a function of quantity. You are given price as a function of quantity. So when you will do dP by dQ, you will get some value here. है ना? dP by dQ. But this formula requires dQ by dP. So you will just reciprocate this dQ by dP. And you will get the answer of this. You will just reciprocate it. So, agar price as a function of quantity is given to you, doesn't mean you will first find quantity as a function of price. This is not required. We know that the formula requires dQ by dP. ये बात है कि formula को dQ by dP चाहिए, but it does not mean that you will go ahead and you will actually first find Q as a function of P. It's not required. You can find dP by dQ and then you can just reciprocate it. dP by dQ निकालो और उसको reciprocate कर दो. Is this making sense? Okay. Now, having told this information, let us try to solve the question. So we are given that this is our demand function. So I have just gone ahead and I have written here the formula of elasticity. So you can also say that we know that the formula of elasticity of demand is dQ by dP into P by Q. अब क्या करना है ना, that you are given that P is this, right? So as I told you कि dQ by dP निकालना मुश्किल होगा यहाँ से, although you can find that also. माने you could have done कि with respect to P if I differentiate, तो P का differentiation with respect to P is 1. यहाँ पे using the chain rule, power comes down, power reduces by 1. right into minus 0.5 और Q का differentiation हो जाता dQ by dP. That's also fine. You instead of taking Q as an independent variable, आपको dQ by dP यहीं कर सकते हो, right? You can just do this. Alternatively, what you can do is you can find dP by dQ. आपने यहाँ पे it's easy, थोड़ा आसान लग रहा है देखना कि मैंने price को with respect to quantity we differentiate. Power comes down, power reduces by 1, and then using the chain rule here, differentiation of minus 0.5 into Q will be just minus 0.5, right? Q ka differentiation would be 1 because we are differentiating with respect to Q. So from here, then you just see that this is coming out as minus 0.5. So 0.5 is nothing but half, right? And you can just cancel this 2 out. Right. So when you will be cancelling this 2 out, you will be getting minus 4 minus 0.5Q. Okay. So you see that there is a negative sign here. You see that you are getting dP by dQ with a negative sign. This is absolutely correct because this is demand function and price and quantity needs to move in opposite direction. Price and quantity need to move in opposite direction. So this negative sign right here, this is fine. This is making sense. This conversion is also not required. You don't even have to convert this if required. या तो minus से multiply कर दो, which is fine. Otherwise, it's fine. Like this also. Now, once you have found out dp by dq, so you can find dq by dp, reciprocate it, reverse it. So if my dp by dq I have found out as this value beta, 0.5q minus 4. So I will get my dq by dp as 1 upon 0.5q minus 4. So this has been my dq by dp, right? Now what we can go ahead and do is we can find the elasticity of demand, which will be dq by dp into p by q, right? So this dq by dp, I have already found this out. This is the value, right? Into P by Q. And I am already given P is given as a function of Q. So I am already given P as a function of Q. So bus plug in this. So instead of dq by dp, this value, I have just plugged in this part. Okay, I have just rewritten this like this only, huh? So I have written this like this only, beta. मैंने negative को बाहर ही रखा है because it is elasticity of demand. So actually I have just written this like this, 1 minus 1 upon 4 minus 0.5 q. ठीक है, क्लियर? तो माने ये अगर मैं माइनस साइन को बाहर ही रखूं, so from here if I just try to find dq by dp, तो इसका reciprocal will be this only, ना? तो I have just written it as it is. Why I have written it, you will understand in a minute कि मैंने q minus से multiply नहीं किया, so that I can cancel common terms out. So this term dq by dp is this term. ठीक है? Price is given to me as 4 minus 0.5 q square, and quantity I have written as it is. So you see that this is now getting cancelled. And I am left up with minus, of course, is there. 4 minus 0.5 q by q. Clear? Now, very, very important. So I told you, so this is my elasticity of demand. Now it is asking for what quantity is the elasticity of demand unit elastic. So as I told you that there are two ways to find out for what quantity it is unit elastic. The first method that you go ahead and have is that you can go ahead and you can equate elasticity of demand to -1. Directly इसको -1 से equate कर दो. And the second method is that you find its absolute value and you equate it to 1. Both mean the same thing. So it means that either I can just have 4 minus 0.5 q by q. There is a negative sign and I equate this to -1. Or I take its absolute value and I equate it to 1. It means the same thing only, right? But don't do this, that you will equate this directly to 1. That is incorrect. This is what is tricky here. कि many students will think कि ठीक है इसको equal to 1 कर दो. That is absolutely incorrect, right? So you cannot go ahead and equate the elasticity of demand to 1 directly, right? Unit elastic means -1 या फिर absolute value में equal to 1. So I have equated this to -1. So when I equate this to -1 beta, this I've written this line also. For unit elastic, elasticity of demand should be equal to -1. Now what I have done is I've just cancelled this negative and negative, and I have got 4 minus 0.5 q. I will take q here is equal to q, right? So I've got 4 is equal to 1.5 q. So I've got quantity as 4 divided by 1.5. So 40 by 15. So 40 by 15 is 8 by 3. Is that clear? Quantity is 8 by 3. So this is the quantity for which you will get demand to be unit elastic. That's the answer to this question. So you see how we need to be careful at multiple steps. And this is not a very difficult question, but you have to be very systematic in writing the answer. बहुत आराम से बैठ के Systematic answer इसमें हमें लिखना होगा. We need to write the answer very carefully and systematically. We need to ensure that one, we first mention the formula for elasticity of demand. ये एक important aspect है. Second, we need to ensure that if we are finding dp by dq, we convert this dp by dq into dq by dp, which I have done here. Third, we need to ensure that when we write the elasticity of demand formula, तो हमारा जो price है, it is getting replaced with the value of price, which is a function of quantity. And most important, when we are equating the elasticity of demand, we need to ensure that it is equated to -1 and not 1. अगर मैं इसको 1 से इक्वेट कर देती, had I equated this to 1, तो देखो क्या होता, I would have got -4 plus 0.5 q by q is equal to 1. Isn't it? अगर यहाँ पे 1 लेते हैं हम सपोज, so I would have got -4 plus 0.5 q is equal to q. -4 is equal to 0.5 q and q would have been negative. Negative quantity आ जाता. It would have been incorrect. So you need to make sure that you equate, क्योंकि elasticity of demand है, because it is elasticity of demand, you equate it to -1, right? And then finally, after equating, you can just simply find the value of the quantity. Is that clear? Okay, beta. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Today, we are going to go ahead and take two questions. One is going to be a 7-marker question, and one will be an 8-mark question. Let us try to see how we should be attempting such questions and what kind of answers we can write for those questions. Read the first question. Try to think yourself also as to how we can go ahead and we can write the answer to this question. So just have a look at the question. It says, show that demand has unitary price elastic if price consumption curve is horizontal. Try to understand, analyze the two aspects. So it is saying, and we need to see how we can link the two things. So it is saying demand is unit price elastic. पहले तो आप सोचो कि किस तरीके से, through what ways can I prove unit elastic? So in order to prove unit elastic, there are 3 main ways. 3 तरीके में से कोई भी एक अगर हम दिखा पाए, if we are able to show any one of those, that works. The first method that you have, that is the method which is your total expenditure method, or people call that as total revenue method. इस method से दिखा सकते हैं. What does total expenditure method or total revenue method suggest? It suggests that when price increases or decreases, if total expenditure is constant, then it is unit elastic. Then it is unit elastic. So that is the first way to prove unit elasticity. Let us go ahead and let us look at the second part. The second part is the way in which we have the method of point elasticity. Point elasticity method says that you make a demand curve and at different points on the demand curve, the elasticity would be different. Mane, if I find the elasticity at this point, it is unit elastic. If I find elasticity at this point, it is 0. At this point, it is infinite, greater than 1, less than. Somehow, if we can link this to price consumption curve being horizontal, that is method number 2. Method number 3 is very simple, that we use the formula of elasticity. We use the formula of elasticity. And what's the formula of elasticity? We can go ahead and we can say percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in price is equal to 1. And this means that percentage change in quantity demanded should come same as percentage change in price. So we can go ahead and we can use any of these 3 methods to prove this thing. कोई भी एक तरीका use कर लो, use any of the 3 methods, it is fine. Right? So first of all, wherever you read these words, it should ring a bell. कि करना क्या है? What I want to achieve? I want to achieve unit elasticity. I want to show unit elasticity. And therefore, in order to go ahead and in order to show unit elasticity, I want to show one of these 3 things. ये mind में you need to run this thing. You're not writing it anywhere as of now, right? Then let's read out the question. अब आगे क्या बोल रहा है? If price consumption curve is horizontal, which means that it is given to me. This is a given thing. Given that the price consumption curve is horizontal. This is given. So if it is given that price consumption curve is horizontal, it means that it is given to me that अच्छा price consumption curve is horizontal. ध्यान से समझना हाँ. तो so now this is a little tricky. So we need to show that it is horizontal. But which price should I change? Should I change price of good X or price of good Y? Generally speaking, whenever nothing is given, you will always assume that there are changes in price of good Y, good X, and good X के respect में it is horizontal. So you are assuming that when price of good X is changing, it is decreasing or increasing, then you are getting a horizontal price of a curve. This or price consumption curve, this is given to you, given to us. I hope this is making sense. So what is given to us? It is given that the price consumption curve is horizontal. But हमेशा एक बात ये सोचना है कि price of which good is changing? Price of good X is assumed to change. ठीक है? Now let's start understanding how to solve this question. कैसे करना है? पहले I will just explain you, then I will show you how I have written the answer to this question. But let me just first explain how you can do this kind of questions. So when your price offer curve or price consumption curve is horizontal, it means that consumption of good Y, it is fixed. You see this? It means that consumption of good Y is fixed, right? So price of good X is changing. तभी तो the budget line has pivoted outwards. Price of good X has changed. So let the old price, let that be PX. And let the new price, let that be PX dash. Such that PX dash is less than PX. That means that there is decrease in price of good X. Okay, I will show you how to write the answer, but first understand how we can prove this thing. From here, my aim is to go towards unit elastic, towards elasticity being 1. Okay. So what I am going ahead and what I am doing in this case is that we are starting with the fact that price of the good has decreased. So this implies that because it is given that there is a horizontal price offer curve, initial equilibrium point would have been X and new equilibrium point would have been X dash. So it is given to you that it is horizontal price offer curve. So initial equilibrium point can be taken as X and new equilibrium point can be taken as X dash. Of course, we know X dash is greater than X. Demand of good X has increased. Now, notice that the price of good Y didn't change क्योंकि हमने तो सिर्फ price of good X को change किया है. We have only changed price of good X. So, price of good Y, it is unchanged. Price of good Y change नहीं हुआ है. Also, since the price offer curve is horizontal, ये given है that POC is horizontal, therefore, the consumption of good Y is also unchanged, right? So we can say that due to horizontal price offer curve, consumption of good Y is unchanged. Consumption of good Y is same. Also, PY is unchanged. We are assuming price of good Y is constant. So PY into Y is the same. Whether I am at point A or point B, Y ka consumption is same. Price of good Y is same. So price into Y ka consumption will also be same. It means that expenditure on good Y is same. जितना good Y पे हम spend कर रहे हैं on the 2 points, point A and point B, the expenditure on good Y is the same. Now, tell me what is going to be my budget line. My budget line initially, that is going to be PX into X plus PY into Y is equal to income of the consumer. If I want to find out the expenditure on good X, what will that come out to be, beta? PX into X. And what will be this value? It will be nothing but M minus PY into Y. Now, after the price of good X decreased to PX dash, what will be your new budget line? It will be PX dash into X dash. देखो, price of good X had changed. Consumption of good X had changed. So PX dash into X dash plus PY into Y equal to income of the consumer. Income is unchanged. Income to change nahi hua hai consumer ka. Income is unchanged. So from here, beta, what will come out to be expenditure on good X now? So PX dash X dash will come out as M minus PY into Y. Now look, expenditure on good X here is M minus PY into Y. Expenditure on good X here is M minus PY into Y. Right? ये तो income तो unchanged है दोनों ही केस में. ये भी same ही है दोनों केस में. This is what we have written. That expenditure on good Y is same in the two cases, point A and point B. So the right hand side is the same. Right? So because px into x is also m minus py into y, and px dash into x dash is also m minus py into y, the right hand side is same. This tells us that px into x should be equal to px dash into x dash. So what is this telling us? This is telling us that expenditure on good X remained unchanged when price of good X decreased. We changed the price of good X. हमने price of good X तो decrease किया है. But when we changed the price of good X, the expenditure on good X has remained unchanged. So can we say from the first method, come here, that when expenditure remains the same, what is the elasticity? Unit elastic. So since expenditure has remained the same, therefore, where is it? So you can just say that, therefore, it is unit elastic. This is the proof to this question. Okay. ठीक है, now let me show you how I wrote the answer. ये तो I've just explained you as to how this question will work. Now let's see the explanation. So I started with the case saying, consider a case where you need to write things in words. So consider a case where price of good X decreases and therefore consumer increases the demand of good X, holding the demand of good Y constant. ठीक है? This gives rise to horizontal price offer curve. तो हमने डिमांड ऑफ गुड वाई को कांस्टेंट रखा है, डिमांड ऑफ गुड एक्स को हमने इंक्रीज किया है. क्यों इंक्रीज किया है? क्योंकि गुड एक्स का प्राइस डिक्रीज हुआ है. एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दिस आई एम गेटिंग अ हॉरिजॉन्टल प्राइस ऑफर कर्व. ठीक है. Now I have written, since the demand of good Y and price of good Y is unchanged. Here you can also mention in bracket along the two budget lines. So for the two different budget lines, हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि demand भी same है good Y का और price भी same है. So since demand and price of good Y are the same, the expenditure on good Y will be the same. तो वही we have written that the expenditure on good Y will remain unchanged. There will be no change in the expenditure of good Y. I have just gone ahead and then written those two budget lines that I just explained you. That px into x is equal to plus py into y is m. तो यहां से हमने expenditure on good x निकाल लिया. You can just write expenditure on good x initially. And then you can just go ahead and say here that this is the expenditure on good x after price change. Right? You can just give these two equations. And then you can just say that since the both equations have same right hand side, they have the same RHS, we conclude that expenditure on good X remains unchanged. Right? This implies unit elasticity. You can also give why it implies unit elasticity, क्योंकि अभी तक हमने कहीं पे भी बताया नहीं कि unit elasticity क्या है. So you can just say when price decreases and expenditure is unchanged, it is unit elastic. So therefore, price offer curve being horizontal is unit elastic. This is how you can go ahead and write a full-fledged answer in this case. I hope this is absolutely clear to you. Right? Okay. Now let's move on. Let's move on to the next question for the thing. State the Euler's theorem. Use this theorem to explain the product exhaustion problem. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So let us go ahead and do the answer writing practice for today first. Then we will continue with the lecture. So the question that I want to take today is the following. It is an 8-marker question. It says consider the following utility function. You're given a utility function. U is equal to Q1 into Q2 square. Derive the compensated demand function for Q1. So what do we mean by compensated demand function? By compensated demand function, we mean that I'm asking you to derive the Hicksian demand. You have to derive the Hicksian demand. Show that, so that is for 5 marks. Show that this demand curve is always negatively sloped. So how can we show that a demand curve will be negatively sloped? What can we show in that case? It means we need to show that when price increases, the quantity demanded decreases. We need to show this inverse relationship. Right? And that is for 3 marks. These are the 2 things that are required to be done in this question. Okay. Let us now go ahead and understand how we should be writing an answer to this kind of question. First thing that we need to go ahead and we need to do is define what is compensated demand curve. सबसे पहले उसका definition लिखो. So here I have gone ahead and I have defined what is a compensated demand curve. So you see here, I have written a compensated demand curve is also called as Hicksian demand curve. This is important. You need to inform the examiner that you know the other word of compensated demand curve. ये important है बताना कि आपको पता है कि compensated को ही Hicksian demand curve भी बोलते हैं. Both of them mean the same thing. So you need to inform the examiner of that. It is a graph because I'm talking about curve. So curve will be a graph. It will be a diagram showing relationship between quantity demanded and price holding utility constant. So what do we do in Hicksian demand curve? In Hicksian demand curve, we keep utility of the consumer constant. Yehi Hicksian hota hai, right? So here we have first given the definition of what a compensated demand curve is. Up. How have we learned? How can we derive a compensated demand curve? I have taught you that there are 2 methods. There are 2 methods to derive a compensated demand curve. Either you can go through the Marshallian demand curve approach कि पहले तो Marshallian निकालो, फिर Marshallian से indirect utility function निकालो. From indirect utility function, differentiate that with respect to price and get the compensated demand. है ना? Either you can follow this approach. Yeah, you can just follow the approach that in compensated demand curve, we try to go ahead and we try to minimize the expenditure subject to the given utility function. है ना? Isn't it? So what were we doing in Marshallian? Marshallian में हम क्या करते थे? In Marshallian, we used to maximize the utility subject to given budget. And just the reverse of it, uska hi ekdam opposite, we do in the Hicksian or compensated demand curve, in which we minimize this subject to the given level of the utility function. तो यहाँ पे मैंने ये किया है. You can also state this in a line that to derive compensated demand curve या demand function in this case, क्योंकि mathematically we are deriving it, we minimize the expenditure subject to given level of utility. We derive how? By minimizing the expenditure subject to the given level of utility. Okay. So this is exactly what I have tried to do here. I have tried to minimize P1 Q1 plus P2 Q2 Remember, always remember, write the quantity in the term that is given to you. So here the term used for quantity is Q1, Q2. So I will also be using Q1, Q2. Don't write in X1, X2, right? Because it is mentioned in Q1, Q2, you will use exactly the same. So you are trying to minimize the expenditure on good 1 plus expenditure on good 2. This is your total expenditure subject to the given level of utility. How can we do this? Very simple. We can go ahead and we can form Lagrange. We can go ahead and we can form Lagrange. So karo form Lagrange, just form. So you have written your objective function, then you have written plus lambda, and then you have written your constraint, right? Now we need to just write down the first order conditions. So for first order condition, del L by del Q1 should be equated to 0. Del L by del Q2 should be equated to 0. Del L by del lambda should be equated to 0. ये तीनों चीजों को differentiate करके we will equate it to 0 for our first order condition. So when we go ahead and when we differentiate this with respect to Q1, with respect to Q1, so what will you go ahead and what will you get? Very simple, differentiation of P1, Q1 will become P1 into 1. तो यहाँ से आ जाएगा P1 plus lambda, and differentiation of minus Q1 will become minus 1 into Q2 square equal to 0. Right? So this will give you P1 is equal to lambda Q2 square, and this will be equation number 1. Then you will differentiate this with respect to quantity 2, Q2. So from here, you will get P2. यहाँ पे आएगा plus lambda. And from here, you will get minus 2Q1 into Q2 equal to 0. So from here, you will go ahead and get the second equation that P2 is equal to 2 lambda Q1 into Q2. Ab you can just divide equation 1 by equation 2, right? So when you will divide, this side will become P1 by P2. If you divide this by this, if you just divide, so lambda and lambda will cancel out. Here you will be left up with Q2 square, और यहाँ पे आ जाएगा 2Q1 into Q2. This is what I have written here. So when I divide 1 by 2, lambda gets cancelled. The left hand side becomes P1 by P2. And the right hand side becomes Q2 square by 2Q1 Q2. So Q2 also gets cancelled. And you have P1 by P2 is equal to Q2 by 2Q1. Now notice that ये वाला जो condition अभी तक आया है, this condition that you see here, this is nothing but this is your tangency condition only, isn't it? Where we equate the price ratio to our MRS. So this is nothing but our tangency condition, that P1 by P2 is equal to MU1 by MU2. And we have seen this in class. ये हमने देखा है that whenever you will find the tangency condition, right, or you will solve the Lagrange, you will get the same answer. Lagrange भी tangency condition ही देगा, right? And directly you can solve using the tangency condition also. So from here I find the value of Q2 by taking this here, and I will get Q2 is equal to P1 by P2 into 2Q1, right? I have got this value of Q2 in terms of Q1. Now what I have to do, I have to still find the third differentiation. So when I will differentiate Lagrange with respect to lambda and equate to 0, I will get nothing, but I will get back the constraint. So when I will go ahead and I will do this, I will just get back the constraint. Now in this constraint that I have, I need to put this value of Q2. मुझे इस Q2 को substitute करना है. Why? Because question is asking me to find Q1. The question is saying derive compensated demand function for Q1. So Q2 needs to be substituted. So what I will do is I will substitute Q2 here. Q2 ka value I have already found out. It is P1 by P2 into 2Q1. So I will just substitute Q2 here. And after substituting, I will get Q1 into 2Q1 P1 by P2 into to the power 2. I have just substituted Q2 here, right? And this is equal to utility. So now you can just go ahead and you can just open this up and find the value of Q1. As long as you find Q1 as a function of prices and utility, then this is your Hicksian or compensated demand curve. When you find Q1 as a function of prices and income, then this is your Marshallian demand curve, right? So because here I'm getting Q1 as a function of P1, P2 and U, that means I have derived the Hicksian or compensated demand curve. So I have just tried to open this part here. So if you notice, if I open this part, so 2 square is 4. This is Q1 square. This is P1 square by P2 square. And I have a Q1 here equal to utility. So then I get Q1 into Q1 square. That means Q1 to the power 3. And here I get just 4 as it is. And this is P1 square by 2 upon P2 square by 2 equal to utility. From here, you can just find Q1. So you can just take this on the other side and take it to the power 1 by 3. And this will be your Q1. Right? So part 1 is done. The 5 marker part is done, where you had to find Q1 as a function of utility and prices. This is your compensated demand curve. अब क्या करना है ना, the other thing which you can go ahead and you can do is, for second part, it is saying that show that there is a negative relationship. Demand curve is always negatively sloped. So you can also just write this line in words. So please write this in words here, that to prove compensated demand curve is negatively sloped, we need to prove that del Q1, how quantity changes as price changes, holding utility constant, right? You hold utility constant along the compensated demand curve. Aapka utility constant hai, right? This should be less than 0. That means they move in opposite direction. When price increases, quantity decreases. They should move in opposite direction. Ye show karna hai. So this is very simple. I already have my quantity and price here. ठीक है, एक चीज बहुत क्लियर है, अगर मैं यहीं से देख पाऊं, if I can just see from here only, that price is coming in the denominator, right? So as my price will increase, quantity will decrease. This itself is enough. यहीं से मेरे को दिख रहा है, I can say that price is coming in the denominator. So when price increases, quantity decreases. Therefore, they have a negative relation, right? But if you really want to deep dive and show this mathematically, then you can also differentiate. So just apply the chain rule, differentiate Q1 with respect to P1, right? Holding utility and Q2 constant, right? P2 constant, right? So P2 is held constant, utility is held constant, and you check how quantity changes as own price changes. But it is important to write this part first. Why? Because here it gives a better idea to the examiner that you understand the fact that we hold utility constant along a compensated demand curve. And then we try to find the relationship. Indirectly, it means that you are focusing only on substitution effect. We have done this in class. We are only showing the substitution effect, and substitution effect is always negative, right? So what you can go ahead and do is you can just differentiate this quantity with respect to P1. Okay. So, power comes down, power reduces by 1, then you apply the chain rule. So when you will just do this, when you will just differentiate this thing, then you will go ahead and you will get a negative sign here. So it will be less than 0. It will be negative, right? And because, so you can say that since del Q1 by del P1 is less than 0, therefore negatively sloped, right? It means that whenever your price will increase, your quantity will decrease, right? So therefore it is downward sloping. Since it is only for 3 marks, there is no need to show this through a diagram also. Supposedly, this would also have been for 5 marks. Supposedly, this would have been 5 plus 5, right? Then because, this is just done in 2-3 lines, आपने इसको differentiate किया, show किया, it is not enough. Then you could have gone ahead and you could have plotted this. Right? Then you could have plotted this thing. Right? And just take inverse only, inverse demand curve, it is better. Right? And then you could have shown that this is downward sloping. So the idea is, and if you really want to plot this, what you can do is you can just hold utility constant at some level. So suppose you would have taken utility at 4 and suppose price of other good at 1. Take utility at 8, suppose, so that you can find 1 by 3 power. So your quantity comes out as 8 into 1 to the power 1 by 3 upon 4 P1 to the power 2 by 3. So this comes out to be 2 upon 4 P1 to the power 2 by 3. This comes out as 1 by 2 P1 to the power 2 by 3. So you see that there is this negative relationship between price and quantity. You can take some points and show, right? So you could have taken that, suppose you would have taken price as 1. Find out the quantity, right? Then you would have taken price as 8. Find out the quantity, right? Then you would have taken some other value of price, say price as 27. Find out the quantity, right? And just plot these points that when price is 1, what is my quantity? When price is 8, what is my quantity? When price is 27, what is my quantity? And just show a diagrammatic view, diagrammatic approach, right? That would have been a good way to show these things. So when will we show this graph? Only when the question comes for a higher marks. If it comes for, say, supposedly 5 marks, 6 marks, then just differentiating and showing less than 0, this is not enough. Then you go ahead and you move on to a graph and you just take some points, because utility is held constant, you can take utility and price at some constant value and try to take it according to the ease of what you're getting. So I took 8 because it is easy to find 8 to the power 1 by 3. Right? I could have taken 27. Anything that is a cubic is easy to solve. Right? So this is how you can go ahead and you can solve this kind of question. I hope this is clear to you and it makes some sense as to how to solve these kind of questions. Okay. Now let's move on to today's topic. So hi, good morning, everyone. So in the next 2 or 3 sessions, we are going to go ahead and we are going to deal with some of the questions related to labor market, right? In particular, the question that I want to talk about is what have been the labor market reforms in India? How has technological changes impacted the labor market? And also some of the important policies like Skill India program, like Manrega. What is Manrega all about? And why is it still important after so many years? And how has that been transformed? So we're going to talk about that also. We're also going to go ahead and talk about a very important fact that earlier there used to be some labor laws which were plenty in number, which were approximately 25 plus labor laws. But those labor laws have now been converted into only 4 labor codes, right? So I'm also going to go ahead and I'm also going to discuss what those labor codes are and how those labor codes are so comprehensive in nature, how they are so complete in nature that you will go ahead and you will be able to see all the labor laws being covered through those labor codes, right? So we are going to go ahead and discuss all of that in the upcoming lecture. Now, another thing that I want to focus on is that whenever we talk about the current government, right, then it is important to understand that this government is very, very focused on the IT sector, on the technological sector, right? It's very focused on that. And therefore, whenever you will see any question, whether the question is related to labor market, whether the question is related to, let's say whether the question is related to environmental, whether the question is related to, so we have done in the past questions related to what the government has done in in the Make in India program, right? Anything, right? You will notice that there is a pinch of the technological aspect. Like I showed you in the previous classes that how the Umang app works, right? How the Umang website works. I showed you in the previous classes what are the different aspects where technology has now been introduced. We did a complete lecture talking about digital India, right? So technology has been very, very important to our current government. And that is why, I somehow feel that whenever a question will be asked in exam, they will be going ahead and they will be definitely putting the technological aspect. Matlab, that will be part of the question, that how technology is affecting the labor market, how technology is impacting the environmental aspects, how technology is going ahead and impacting the job generation, how technology is going ahead and impacting the global economy, the Indian economy, how much GDP contribution is there through the technology, right? So all of that, wherever the word technology is involved, you have to make sure that you go ahead and you link the concepts to technology. Okay. Now let's start with the class today. So the question that I have just got a reference question. This is from the past year papers only. It says, given account of recent labor market reforms in India, critically evaluate the impact of technological change on the labor market. कि technology ने क्या किया labor market में, ये वाली बात भी हमें बतानी है. So when we talk about how technology has impacted the labor market, you have to go ahead and you have to mention how the coming up of different website, different portals have eased the process, right? How we are able to link the provident funds through technology. How we are able to go ahead and get a unified identification number for labor, UIN for labor, right? How we are able to go ahead and handle different disputes through the technological factor, right? So this is one aspect that we will be also dealing in the class. We will also be going ahead and talking about technological aspect in the labor market. Okay, let's start talking about the labor market then. So broadly speaking, whenever we talk about the labor reforms, there has not been any particular definition of the labor reforms, right? We understand that there are two parts to any economy. The first part that we have, that part is basically the demand side of the economy, right? The AD curve. And when we talk about the aggregate demand curve, this AD curve derives itself from the goods market and the money market. And then we have the AS curve, which completely derives itself from the labor market, right? The labor market is, and the AS curve is called as the supply side economy or supply side economics. Why it is called as the supply side economics? It is called as supply side economics because it determines the supply in the economy. How much labor will be there in the economy will help us understand how much output can be produced in the economy. So when we talk about the labor reforms in the country, they basically refer to the supply side reforms of the country. Now, we know that when we talk about the different lists that we have studied, and this is what I've already covered in one of the lectures. So we know that whatever comes under the concurrent list of the economy, that is what is the duty of both center and state government, right? So when we talk about labor, labor is part of concurrent list, right? And it means that it is the duty of both center and state to go ahead and bring the right legislations in the labor market, right? Not the duty of solely the center, not the duty of solely the state, but the duty of both to make sure that they have the right legislations, right? Now, if we go ahead and if we look at the labor laws that existed in India, uh, you can skip the word currently. So if we look at the labor laws that existed in India, there were over 100 state laws and 40 central laws which were regulating different aspects of the labor. इतना सारा लेबर लॉस था मतलब the labor laws were related to minimum wages, the labor laws were related to social security, the labor laws were related to the provident fund, the labor laws were related to how to work under a risky situation. There were many labor laws, but in overall there were more than 100 state labor laws and 40 central labor laws that were going ahead and determining the different aspects of the labor. Now, this also brought in a lot of conflict in the labor market. So, for example, if we were to compare, there was a time period, if we were to compare the minimum wage that existed in different states, they were very different. There was a lot of disparity that existed in the minimum wage. So, in Rajasthan, at a point of time, the minimum wage was only 30, and in Kerala, it was 300. Right? So the disparity in minimum wage was huge because each state had its own law, right? So because of so many state laws and so many central laws, what we decided is that we don't want so many state and central laws. Rather, we wanted to consolidate these state and central laws under one. हमें इनको एक में लेके आना जरूरी था. We wanted to go ahead and we wanted to bring them under one umbrella. And we wanted to call them as labor codes, right? And I will talk about this, how these labor codes were enacted and what comes under these labor codes. We'll also talk about that. So to begin with, we had over 100 state laws and 40 central laws that were regulating the different aspects of the labor. Still, when we talk about the word labor laws, there was no fixed definition that existed, right? We could have gone ahead and we can divide them under the entire labor laws under broad categories. So we can go ahead and say कि ठीक है, कुछ labor laws wage oriented हैं, some of them are social security oriented, some of them are safety oriented, safety of the labor oriented, some of them are industrial relations oriented, but we cannot go ahead and define a particular set definition कि this constitutes the labor law exactly, right? So we can just broadly go ahead and we can broadly divide them under these categories, under these 4 categories. Okay. Now, why do we need labor laws? We will talk about it in detail also, but just for now, just try to understand. So we know as an economic student that India is going ahead and actually is already in its part of demographic dividend. Now, being a part of demographic dividend actually goes ahead and it means that you are in that phase where you have maximum people in the working generation, in the working group. And more and more and more people are entering the market on yearly basis. Now, since so many people are entering this market on yearly basis, we need to ensure that these people actually go ahead and get jobs. We need to ensure that there is proper employment for these people. We need to ensure that there is proper working environment for these people, right? So because so many people, so many young people are going ahead and entering the labor market annually, it is our duty to ensure that there are reforms where these people get the right wage, the right safety, the right social security schemes, the right place to work in. So we want to go ahead and ensure a right environment for these people. That's the first thing. This is what I've written here. Reforms with greater flexibility are required for generation of more jobs in the economy, where 10 million young people enter the market annually. The 2019 economic survey had pointed out, very important, wherever you can quote information from some survey, okay, ki according to government this happened, it will be excellent thing to do it in an answer. So 2019 economic survey, it has pointed out that states having more flexible labor markets were 25.4% more productive than those having rigid labor laws. तो जहां पे लेबर मार्केट में फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी था, जहां पे रिजिड लेबर लॉज नहीं थे, दे वर मोर प्रोडक्टिव, दे वर 25.4% more productive than the states which had rigid labor laws, jahan pe strict labor laws the. Now, what we can do is, of course, we know that the Constitution goes ahead and provides us with some fundamental rights and duties. So we as citizens have 4 main fundamental rights that I want to talk about, which come under the labor laws. The first fundamental right is Article 16. Article 16 goes ahead and says that we have equality of opportunity for employment. सबको equal opportunity है job लेने की, काम मिलने की, irrespective of gender, race, caste, etc. Everyone has equality of opportunity for employment. The second fundamental right is Article 19(1)(c), which says that everyone has right to form association or unions. You can go ahead, you can form a union, work under a union. Article 23 goes ahead and says that we prohibit the forced labor or trafficking of labor, right? And Article 24, it regulates the child labor. So these are 4 fundamental rights of every individual, and these are mentioned as part of our fundamental rights. अब इसके बाद similarly there are some principles also which tell the direction to the state policy, how the state should go ahead and act. So there are 4 directive principles on which the state should go ahead and should act. The first is Article 41, then 42, then 43, and then 43A, right? So Article 41 says that you should have the right to work and to public assistance in case of unemployment. If you don't have work, if you are unemployed, you will be given assistance by the public sector, by the government sector, right? So you have the right to work and you have to get public assistance when you are unemployed. The second article is article number 42, which goes ahead and says that there is provision for just and humane condition for work and maternity relief. Now just understand, whenever we talk about making the constitution, a lot of times what comes is from history. So we know that when we were under the British culture, there was so much slavery, especially in the plantation sectors, right? And due to the presence of slavery and inhuman conditions for work, right? Right when we started forming and thinking, we knew that we have to provide just and human condition for work, right? So a lot of things that you learn, a lot of things that are implemented in the constitution come from what happened in the background, come from what happened in the history, right? The next is Article 43, which says you need secure work, living wages, condition of work, ensuring decent standard of living, full enjoyment of leisure and social cultural opportunities. So actually, if you go ahead and you look into these articles, right, there was this, there have been many articles coming in the past also that due to extreme work pressure, a person died, right? There was this article that has been in over the news related to ENY, right? That there was this woman who lost her life because of the extreme work culture that she was in, right? And this has been happening. If you open LinkedIn, you will see so many such articles coming up, right? So enjoyment of leisure is also something which is required. And that is given as part of the article that we need secure working conditions. Secure means ऐसे नहीं कि कोई मेरे को आज ही बोल दे कि get out of the job. I need a secure working condition. I need minimum wage. I need living wage that can sustain my living, right? I need to ensure that there is a decent standard of living and full enjoyment of leisure and social and cultural opportunities. Article 43A, secure participation of workers in the management of industries, right? So we need to ensure that there is participation of the workers, which means we are linking this to what? To formation of the unions. That workers should be allowed to participate in the management of the industries. Okay, these are some of the important legislations that existed. And this is, so I am going to go ahead and link these legislations to the current labor codes. But these are some of the legislations that have existed in the past. Minimum Wage Act 1948, Industries Act of 1951, Industrial Dispute Act 1947, Factories Act 1948, Contract Labor Act 1970, and Trade Union Act 1926. These are important and you must know few pointers on each of this act. And I will be discussing some of these pointers in the classes also on each of these act, right? Okay. Now let us go ahead and talk about the recent steps that have been taken by the government. When we talk about the recent steps, hi, good morning, everyone. So let us begin the session today by first taking a question on for practice, and this is going to be on your microeconomics production function. Now, the question that we are going to pick up today is going to be from a very, very common topic, which has been asked multiple times in exam. And just give me a second, I think it stopped. So this has come multiple times in exam, just that every time it has been asked in a little different way. They can reword the same question in multiple ways, but you can expect a question that can be asked out of the Cobb-Douglas production function. Okay. So let's try to read out this question. It says, suppose that the production function of a given firm is given to you, and the production function given here, that is basically Q is equal to A, L to the power 1 by 3, K to the power 2 by 3. So as you can go ahead and as you can notice, this is clearly a well-defined production function, clearly a Cobb-Douglas production function. Right? First of all, the first question says that find out the returns to scale. Now, if you notice, the total question is for 8 marks, but the breakage of the question is not given to us. Matlab, it is not given ki kya 1 mark hoga, kitna 2 mark hoga, which part is for how much marks. That is not given here. So since this thing is not clearly mentioned, we will go ahead and we will answer in a way which is sufficient enough. Mane, one way to just check the returns to scale can be by adding the power. And since the sum of the power is 1, if you notice, kya aa raha hai? 1 by 3 plus 2 by 3, that is 3 by 3. That means 1. So the sum of the power is coming out to be 1. So that can be one way in which you can go ahead and you can say that, look, ma'am, this is a CRS production function. But we don't want to answer it in that informal way here. We will answer the question in a formal way, right? So we want to check whether f of lambda k, lambda l, whether this production function and f of kl, this production function, what is the relationship between the two? So when I scale capital, I scale labor, ठीक है? तो जो न्यू प्रोडक्शन फंक्शन आ रहा है, is it lambda times the original production function? Then it is constant returns to scale. Right? So we want to check using the definition. So this is what I have gone ahead and I have done here. So in the first part, I have just gone ahead and I have scaled labor and I have scaled capital. I have not scaled technology. I am assuming A is a constant. In general production functions, we will assume technology to be constant. Okay? Unless it is a Romer model. Romer model means we also fluctuate technology. Technology becomes endogenous. Okay? But from the aspect of microeconomics, technology is exogenous and constant. So technology or A has been kept as it is. Technology को हम change नहीं कर रहे हैं. And labor has been written as lambda L to the power 1 by 3, of course. And capital has been written as lambda k to the power 2 by 3. So I have scaled both labor and capital. Now what we are trying to do is we are trying to open this up. So when we open this up, this becomes lambda to the power 1 by 3, L to the power 1 by 3, lambda to the power 2 by 3, K to the power 2 by 3. And you take these lambdas together. When base is same, power will be added. So 1 by 3 plus 2 by 3 is just 1. तो यहाँ पे आपका जो power हो गया वो सिर्फ 1 का हो गया. So this is just lambda, right? And here you will get this original production function back. You will get this A, L to the power 1 by 3, K to the power 2 by 3. You will go ahead and get this original production function back. So this will become lambda into the original production function, right? So we can go ahead and we can say that this is a constant returns to scale production function. Okay. So when you are scaling the factors, the output scales by exactly the same amount. जितने से इनपुट को हमने स्केल किया, आउटपुट भी उतने से ही स्केल हो गया. The input and output is scaling by the same amount. So we can go ahead and we can say that it is constant returns to scale. That will be your first part to the answer. Let's look at the second part. So this is the first part. Look at the second part. Is the production function labor intensive? So the production function, again, this can be answered in one line also, and it can be answered in multiple lines also. तो हमें खुद से समझना है how much to write in an answer. So the production function, it can be labor intensive, or the production function, it can be capital intensive. ठीक है. When will it be labor intensive? It will be labor intensive when there is more share of labor in output. And when it is capital intensive, when there is more share of capital in output. Now, usually, when we say y is equal to a, L to the power alpha, k to the power 1 minus alpha, matlab the sum of the powers is 1, right? So usually when the sum of the power is 1, जैसे यहाँ हो रहा है, here it is happening, that the sum of the power is coming out to be 1. So usually when the sum of the power is 1, then this alpha, it represents the share of labor, right? And this 1 minus alpha, this represents the share of capital, right? And if alpha is greater than 1 minus alpha, then we will say that it is labor intensive. And if alpha is less than 1 minus alpha, then we will say it is capital intensive. Okay. So just by looking at the question, अगर हम एक बार question को देखें, the question says that y is equal to a, and then you have L to the power 1 by 3, k to the power 2 by 3. So if I look at the power of labor, so the share of labor is 1/3 in output. And if I look at the share of capital is 2/3. In output, right? So what do we notice? We notice that the share of labor is less than the share of capital. So therefore it is capital intensive. Right? But this is an informal way of writing this answer. ये इसका formal way नहीं है. If you just look at the powers and you compare, then this is informal way of writing this answer, not a formal way. If you want to go ahead and you want to go through the formal approach, माने सिर्फ powers को compare नहीं करके, we should be writing it in a more formal approach. So this is what we will do. So I start with the marginal product of labor, right? What is marginal product of labor? The marginal product of labor is how output changes as labor changes. So I differentiate the production function with respect to L, with respect to labor. When I differentiate this production function with respect to labor, so power comes down, power reduces by 1 into k to the power 2 by 3. Okay, this will be your marginal product of labor. Now this L to the power minus 2 by 3, I am just going ahead and bringing it in the denominator because there is a negative power. And this becomes A into 1 by 3, K to the power 2 by 3. And this goes in the denominator upon L to the power 2 by 3. Right? Now what you can go ahead and you can do is, you can just multiply both sides with L to the, not both sides, numerator and denominator with L to the power 1 by 3. So when you will multiply the numerator and the denominator with L to the power 1 by 3, you will notice that this becomes the numerator. The numerator will turn out to be this. A, K to the power 2 by 3, L to the power 1 by 3, and denominator will be 3L. So the numerator will be nothing but output upon 3 times labor, right? So it will be Y by 3L. This will be your marginal product of labor, right? Now, what you can go ahead and you can do is, you can use the property that MPL into P, that means value of marginal product of labor, is nothing but the wage rate. So the marginal product of labor will be W by P, right? So I've just replaced this by W by P. So W by P will go ahead and become Y by 3L, right? And then you can just take this on the other side. So you will get WL, L has gone on the other side, upon PY, Y has gone on the other side, is equal to 1 by 3. This is the share of labor in the value of output. That is coming out to be 1 by 3. So the share of labor in the value of output is 1 by 3. Now you don't have to do same thing for capital. Labor ke liye you have already shown कि ये रहा marginal product, and marginal product से I have got share of labor. So then you don't have to do for capital. You will just say similarly, share of capital will turn out to be 2 by 3. Since the share of labor is less than the share of capital, therefore it is not. Don't say it is capital intensive. First say it is not labor intensive. Question is asking whether it is labor intensive or not. तो पहले उसका आंसर दो, whether it is labor intensive or not. So you will say therefore it is not labor intensive. Then in bracket you can write that it is capital intensive. But try to answer what the question is asking. Don't use the word it is capital intensive without answering the question whether it is labor intensive or not. That is not the way to solve this question, right? Okay, so that's your second part. The second part was asking if the production function process is labor intensive or not. Okay, now just go ahead, give the third part a little try. So the third part is asking you, if the price of labor and capital are 20 and 100, which means you are given W and R, wage rate and rental rate. The firm incurs a total cost of 1050. What will be the optimal combination of labor and capital? माने कितना labor और कितना capital you should be going ahead and using. So you are already Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome to the next lecture today. And today we are going to take another important question. This is from microeconomics. Let us try to see how we will answer this kind of question. In a two commodity framework, what will be the shape of indifference curve when one commodity is a bad good? So when they are saying that one commodity is a bad good, it automatically means that the second commodity should be taken as a good good. And one commodity is neutral. Again, when they say that one commodity is a neutral good, it automatically means that the second commodity that you will be taking will be a good. Okay. So let us try to explain this thing. So what we will do is, first of all, we will go ahead and we will explain what is the meaning of bad good. Bad good hota kya hai? So what is a bad good, beta? A bad good is any good where when you increase the consumption of a bad good, the utility of the consumer decreases, right? So if on increasing consumption of a commodity, the utility is decreasing, for example, pollution, right? When you increase the consumption of pollution, the utility derived by consumer will decline. Then this can be called as a bad good. इसको हम एक bad good बोल सकते हैं, right? So try to understand this thing. So I have written here, a bad good is a commodity. A bad good is a commodity which reduces the utility when its consumption is increased. So whenever consumption of a bad good is increased, the utility that the consumer is going to get, the total utility of the consumer will decline, right? Now you can always go ahead and give some example of bad goods. For example, pollution is a bad good for the consumer. For example, the number of COVID-19 cases is a bad good, etc. Right? Now what we can do is, the question is asking that we need to tell what will be the shape, right? So we need to also write in words ki shape hogi kya, because it is asking that write in words, right? So first of all, I have gone ahead and I have written this thing, that the indifference curve of bad good on one axis are upward sloping. So when you have bad good on one of the axis and you have good on the other axis, तो उसके जो indifference curve बनते हैं, they are upward sloping indifference curve. बेटा दे कैन बी कॉन्वेक्स ऑल्सो एंड कॉनकेव ऑल्सो, इसलिए मैंने कॉन्वेक्सिटी या कॉनकैविटी के बारे में बात नहीं किया है. आई हैवंट रियली टॉक्ड अबाउट कॉन्वेक्सिटी और कॉनकैविटी, राइट? आई हैव जस्ट टॉक्ड अबाउट द फैक्ट दैट दे विल बी अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग इन डिफरेंस कर्व. तो एक मिनट के लिए जरा देख लेते हैं. इफ यू रिमेंबर, whenever we divide the entire region, here suppose I am taking good, here I am taking bad good, here I am taking good, here I am taking bad good, and I am making a circle, right? So but this part is also reflecting when good x is a good and good y is a bad good. ये वो वाला part है. And this part is reflecting when good x is a bad good and good y is a good, right? So we can have two types. Good x is a good and good y is a bad good. Good x is a bad good and good y is a good, right? Both these are when one of the commodity is a bad good. ठीक है, तो इसी चीज को I have tried to go ahead and reflect this here. So I have also gone one step ahead and I have shown the preference direction. तो preference direction क्या होता है? Whatever is a good, you will want to increase the consumption of a good. And whatever is a bad good, you want to decrease the consumption of a bad good. So your preference direction will come from between. बीच से निकलेगा arrow and that will reflect your preference direction. So your preference direction will be such that your arrows of preference direction are like this, right? So if this is indifference curve 1, here I will have indifference curve 2, here I will have indifference curve 3. है ना बेटा? And utility from indifference curve 3 will be more than utility from indifference curve 2 will be more than utility from indifference curve 1. ऐसा कुछ रहेगा. Now look with the other case. तो यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? This is a bad good. So I want to reduce the consumption of bad good and this is a good. So I want to increase the consumption of a good. So what will be my preference direction? Like this. From between, I will get my preference direction. So where should my indifference curve be lying here? This is my second indifference curve. फिर यहाँ पे मेरा थर्ड इंडिफरेंस कर्व लाई करेगा IC3. So I can say that utility from indifference curve 3 will be more than utility from indifference curve 2 will be more than utility from indifference curve 1. ऐसे होगा. This is what will happen from the preference direction, right? So this is exactly what I have tried to show in this question, right? I am trying to also go one step ahead and I am trying to reflect the preference direction also. That is exactly what I have written here, beta. That the consumer wants to increase consumption of a good, decrease the consumption of a bad good. Of course, consumer kya chahega? That I want to lower the good consumption. Lower the bad good consumption and increase the good consumption, right? Hence, the preference direction is towards the y-axis, right? It is towards the y-axis. You are increasing the good and decreasing the bad good. This is, suppose it depends कि question कितने marks का आ रहा है. If this question is for 3 to 4 marks, then this much is more than enough what I have written. है ना? But if this question is a little more, suppose this question comes for supposedly 6 marks, then I will go one step ahead and I will also explain these indifference curve. तो मैं क्या बोल सकती हूँ? That consider any one indifference curve and consider 2 points on the indifference curve. Right? And then I can just explain these 2 points. So what I can say that consider 2 points A and B on indifference curve 1. And I can prove that why the indifference curve will be upward sloping. तो कैसे लिख सकते हैं? That when we move from A to B, जब हम A से B की तरफ जा रहे हैं, the bad good is increasing. ठीक है? So consumption of bad good is increasing. Therefore, your utility is decreasing. But when you go from A to B, consumption of good is also increasing. Okay? So, consumption of good is also increasing. Therefore, utility is increasing. So, when we go from A to B, one thing is causing decrease in utility, one thing is causing increase in utility. Therefore, overall, from point A to B, utility remains unchanged. There is no change in utility. Utility remains unchanged from point A to B. So you understand, it depends on how many marks this is coming from. ये वाला part indifference curve का ये वाला derivation लिखने का बहुत जरूरत नहीं है if it is coming for less marks. It is asking you about the shape. So I will rather prefer telling about that it is upward sloping. And I will rather talk about the preference direction also so that I can build on an entire indifference map. Rather than just one IC, मैं ये भी बता पाऊंगी कि indifference map कैसा होगा. Where will utility increase, right? And within this, just in one line, here somewhere just above or below the graph, I will also mention that utility from IC3 is greater than utility from IC2 is greater than utility from IC1, just to be very sure that I have told about the preference direction also. मैंने ये preference direction के में भी बात किया, right? Same is the case with the other case. Now you see how inclusive we have made this answer, that now there is no scope of someone thinking कि what if the bad good would have been on y-axis. We have shown both the cases here itself. I have shown the case what happens if the good is on the x-axis, bad good is on the x-axis, and what happens if the bad good is on the y-axis. So we have gone ahead and we have reflected both the cases. Remember, I cannot talk about concavity or convexity here. है ना? You see that the slope can be either. So shape में I can only talk about it being upward sloping, and that is it. सिर्फ इतना ही बात कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे. So again, whatever I have, so just below the graph, दोनों ही side पे I have written absolutely same story. But यहाँ पे I have mentioned that the preference direction is towards the y-axis. And here I have mentioned that the preference direction will be towards the x-axis. That's the only change that I have brought in the paragraph. Everything else is same. If you notice, increase consumption of good, decrease consumption of bad, good, etc. Now, if you think that you don't have time, कि दोबारा पूरा story क्यों लिखना है? I cannot write 2 paragraphs, right? Then you don't need to do this, and you just add one line here that the opposite happens. If the bad, good is on y-axis, that's enough. If you don't want to write the story, सिर्फ इतना लिख दो कि अगर bad, good y-axis पे होगा, तो इसका just reverse होगा. The reverse of this will happen. And that is enough. The examiner understands that you know the concept well. So you don't really have to write this paragraph then. Okay. So it depends how much marks it is coming, and therefore कितना weightage हमें उस question को उस time पे देना है. How much weightage I want to give, how much time I want to go ahead and dedicate to that question. Okay, so now the second part of this question was asking that one commodity is neutral good. That means again the same thing. The other commodity is simply a good. So you first go ahead and you first will explain what is a neutral good. So एक neutral good कौन सा good होता है? What's a neutral good? So I can call good X as a neutral good if when I increase or decrease X, my utility remains unchanged. When I increase or decrease X, if my utility remains unchanged, then I can call it as a neutral good. Exactly same. You have to go ahead and you have to write this in words. So I've written it in words. A neutral good is any good which doesn't increase utility when consumption of good is increased. You can also write increase or decrease utility when consumption of good is changed. That is also fine. Now I have taken again 2 cases. I have taken good X to be a neutral good and good Y to be a neutral good, right? And I have just made these graphs. So यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? You can also within the diagram show that when good X is increasing from X0 to X1, you are on the same indifference curve, right? And here Y is a neutral good. So when you increase Y from Y0 to Y1, the utility remains unchanged, right? And I have also shown the preference direction, right? That only when you increase consumption of good Y, you increase the utility of consumer. So yahi par, just that the examiner understands this concept from you. So you can write utility from indifference curve 2 is greater than utility from indifference curve 1 as IC2 has more of good Y. That's it. यहीं से समझ में आ गया that indifference curve will show higher utility. You will have higher utility only when you increase the consumption of good Y. It will not change if you increase the consumption of good X. Same here you can do. So utility of IC2 greater than utility of IC1 as IC2 has more of good X. Make sure that you mention Y के ही side में कहीं पे that it is a good and X के side में that this is a neutral good. X के side में that this is a good and Y के side में that it is a neutral good. The graph should be self-explanatory. Mane, because the examiner does not have a lot of time to look at each and every line that you have written. If I looked at this graph and I see, okay, the person knows when utility is increasing. The person knows when you will shift to a higher indifference curve. The person knows which good is represented. Fine, good enough. He knows this thing, right? And also remember that because they have asked you the shape of the indifference curve, you will mention the shape in words also. So when we were talking about the commodity is a bad good, this line is most important that the ICs of bad good will be upward sloping. So here you need to make sure that you also mention this statement that the indifference curve of neutral good, they will be either horizontal or vertical depending on which axis the neutral good lies, right? So that statement that it is horizontal or vertical, that is important, right? In words, telling the shape is important. So we will say that the neutral good, the ICs with one good being the neutral good will be horizontal or vertical lines depending on which axis the neutral good is taken. Depending on which axis the neutral good is taken. So you just go ahead and you plot this thing. And again, I have just written the explanation of the preference direction, right? So this is how we can go ahead and we can write a full-fledged answer on this question, right? So what are the important things that we need to remember in answer writing? First of all, the marks. Kitna weightage ka hai ye question, right? Well, very well mentioned graph. Graph or equations are the essence of any answer in microeconomics especially. तो अगर ये graph अच्छे से mentioned नहीं है, you are automatically going to lose marks. Graph is the essence. And third, if you can give one additional aspect, जैसे यहाँ पर, if you go ahead and you give the preference direction, oh, nothing like that. They just asked you the shape, but you have also shown the preference direction. Then they know that you know everything about these curves, right? So this is how we can go ahead and we can write this answer. Okay, so let us go ahead and let us continue. Hi, good evening, everyone. Better now we will go ahead and in this session take question 1, all parts of GE1 2023 and revise them quickly. Okay. I hope all of you will go ahead and solve them along with me. Okay, beta, look at the first question. We'll try to do it together. The demand and supply functions are given to you. Here आपका demand function. Demand function is given to you as 6 minus x whole square. And supply function is given to you as 14 plus x. Find consumer surplus under pure competitive market. So under perfectly competitive market. But how do we find equilibrium? Equilibrium is where demand is equal to supply. Equilibrium is where demand is equal to supply. तो हमें वो price निकालना होगा. We will have to find that price where demand and supply are equal to each other. एक बारी वो प्राइस निकल आए जहां पे डिमांड और सप्लाई इक्वल है, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं करना. यू हैव टू फाइंड कंज्यूमर सरप्लस यूजिंग दैट. ठीक है. So what you can go ahead and what you can do is that under equilibrium price from demand curve and supply curve will also be equal to one price, which is P star. एक ही price होगा P star. So you can replace this with P star and say this will be 6 minus x whole square and P star will be 14 plus x, right? And then you can go ahead and you can equate the two. So 6 minus x whole square is equal to 14 plus x and solve for the value of x. Solve for the value of x. तो क्या हो जाएगा? 36 plus x square minus 12x is equal to 14 plus x. X square minus 12x minus x plus 36 minus 14 is equal to 0. x square minus 13x plus 22 is equal to 0. Solve for x. So 22 beta, it can be written as 11 into 2. है ना? So it will be x square minus 11x minus 2x plus 22 equal to 0. X minus 11 minus 2, x minus 11 equal to 0. X minus 2, x minus 11 equal to 0. X will be 2 and x will be 11. There will be two values of x जो आपके पास आएंगी. अब हम आ जाते हैं बेटा प्राइस पे. P star is 6 minus x whole square and it can also be जो हमारा दूसरा वैल्यू है P star का, that is 14 plus x. 14 plus x. Right? These are the two values that you go ahead and you can have. ठीक है? So on this behalf, you can go ahead and find the two values of P star. एक P star आ जाएगा 6 minus 2 whole square 14 plus 2. 6 minus 2 whole square is 4 square 16 comma 16. And दूसरा P star आ जाएगा 6 minus 11 whole square 14 plus 11 which will be 5 whole square 25 or 25. Now beta let us go ahead and let us look at the diagram for the demand curve. तो अगर हम demand curve के diagram बनाएं 6 minus x whole square, so you will notice that if I just take out square root on both side, अगर हम square root निकालना चाहें या नहीं भी निकालना चाहें, अगर हम डायरेक्टली भी सॉल्व करना चाहें, so you will realize that when x is 0, demand price is coming out to be 36, right? And when x is 6, price is coming out to be 0. माने कि अगर मेरे को इसको प्लॉट करना है, so what will happen is that when x is 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6, then my demand is becoming, when demand is 6, then my price is becoming 0. Right? And when demand is 0, then my price is 36. So this is my demand curve. And when my demand becomes 7, then price again starts increasing, this part. But we always look at the decreasing part of the demand curve. We always look at the decreasing part of the demand curve. हमें increasing part नहीं देखना है demand curve का, हमें सिर्फ decreasing part देखना है demand curve का. So on that basis, we are very sure that the demand must be between 1 to 6 units. And where is the demand between 1 to 6 units? This. When x is 2. That's the demand between 1 to 6 units. So therefore, I can go ahead and I can say that the correct demand will be 2 units. अब हम supply curve plot कर लेते हैं बेटा. So supply curve is that when x is 0, then my price will be 14. When x is 0, then price will be 14. And then it will be an upward sloping supply curve. And the equilibrium price for demand equal to 2. Equilibrium price जो हमारा आया है, that is coming out to be 16. So equilibrium price will be 16. Right? Now the question basically goes ahead and question says that we need to go ahead and we need to find out what is the consumer surplus in this case. So consumer surplus is this area. So you can go ahead and find out area under the curve. I'm leaving this to you as a homework. Find out area under the curve using integration. You will be able to do this. Application of integration है, find the area under the curve. ठीक है? So this is your question number 1 beta. Question number 1. Now let us go ahead and look at question number 2 beta. Distinguish between economies and diseconomies of scope. How can the degree of economies of scope be determined? How can degree of economies of scope be determined? तो economies of scope basically बेटा तब होता है जब आप, so there are two things. Question number B. One is economies of scale and other is economies of scope. Economies of scale is that when you increase the production of the same unit, that is scale. And scope is when you start producing multiple products. When you produce multiple goods together and this reduces your cost. It reduces your cost. So when you produce multiple products together and it reduces your cost, उसको हम economies of scope बोल देते हैं. और economies of scale क्या होता है बेटा? Economies of scale होता है when same product में you keep on increasing the production and it reduces your cost. right? So now what you can go ahead and what you can do is to show economies of scope. What you can say is that suppose I produce Q1 units of product 1, Q2 units of product 2, right? And I add the cost together, and this cost is more than producing the two goods together. Then because I am incurring less cost when I produce the two units together, then this is economies of scope. Rather than two separate firms producing them, कि firm 1 ने Q1 units good 1 के बनाए and firm 2 ने Q2 units good 2 के बनाए. So rather than two separate firms producing different units, the two firms are merging in a way and producing these units together, right? Multiple products are produced together, then this is economies of scale. Scope, right? And then the second part basically goes ahead and says that what will be diseconomies of scope. What will be diseconomies of scope? So basically what you can do is to show diseconomies of scope, आप इसी का reverse कर सकते हो, that when the two firms separately produce these products and cost is less than the products produced together, then this is diseconomies of scope. This is negative economies of scope or diseconomies of scope. ठीक है? Okay, beta, come to question number 3 now. Come to question number 3 now. Okay. So question number 3 basically goes ahead and says that how is the intertemporal pricing a form of price discrimination? Give example. How is intertemporal pricing a form of price discrimination? Intertemporal. Intertemporal का क्या मतलब बेटा? बहुत simple है ये. Intertemporal. Answer number 3. Intertemporal. Inter means what beta? Between time periods. Time period T1 and T2 इनके बीच का जो time period है that is intertemporal. So intertemporal basically means that you are charging different price at different time period. अगर मैं एक ही प्रोडक्ट का अलग अलग टाइम में अलग अलग चार्ज लूं, if I charge different price at different time period, then that is intertemporal. The basic example of this is airline, right? As you become closer to the date of departure, then the price of that ticket will increase, right? जो लोग को अर्जेंसी होती है वो एंड में बुक करते हैं, और जो लोग को बहुत प्री प्लान करके चलते हैं, जिस डेट पे सस्ता होता है उस डेट पे दे बुक द टिकट्स, then they will be getting the ticket at a lower price, right? So airline tickets cost more when you get closer to the departure date due to differing consumer valuations, right? And this is also called as third degree price discrimination. It's also called as third degree price discrimination, right? So intertemporal charges basically is when you charge different price for the same product at different time period. वो हो गया intertemporal pricing. Look at question number 4, beta. For a monopolist, what is relationship between supply of input and marginal expenditure on it? Supply of input and marginal expenditure on it, right? So basically it's very simple basically. So what basically happens is that what is the input that a monopolist is using? Suppose input used is labor, right? And when you go ahead and when you're purchasing labor, then what is the cost that you incur? You are paying labor the wage. For every additional unit of labor, what money you're incurring, you're going ahead incurring extra wage, right? So you can go ahead and you can call this as marginal expenditure. You can call this as marginal expenditure, right? So basically what happens is, and this happens true for anyone, so if I take a profit function of the monopolist as price into quantity minus WL cost, and if I go ahead and if I say that profit function of this monopolist will be price into, so let's say we maximize the profit function, right? So what is going to happen is that you will ask how many units the monopolist is going to go ahead and produce. कितने units वो produce करेगा, है ना? So you will go ahead and you will differentiate this profit function with respect to your, with respect to your quantity. यहाँ पे you could have written your WL as total cost. So if I were to go ahead and if I were to differentiate the profit function with respect to quantity, what will happen is price is also a function of quantity. तो ये हो जाता है dp by dq. You can just put d here. dp by dq into q plus p into 1 minus dc by dq equal to 0, right? And this is nothing but this is your marginal revenue price, MRP, right? This is your marginal revenue price. And this is nothing but your marginal cost, which is also called as marginal expenditure in this case. Because what is the extra cost you incur when you produce additional units of the output is the wage that you have to pay to the additional labor. So this in a way is your marginal expenditure, right? And optimal input purchase happens when the two are equal to each other, right? So this is what you have to go ahead and you have to explain in this question. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's take the next question. So next question goes ahead and says, explain divergence between private and social cost and mislocation of resources in perfectly competitive system. So we need to go ahead and we need to tell what is the divergence between private and social cost. So basically the social cost is private cost plus external cost, right? Like for example, if I take the example of a firm which is creating pollution and affecting other firm, then there is an external cost on the other firm which is not taken, right? And because of this, there is the presence of, because of this externality, there is dead weight loss. There will be dead weight loss. And not only that, what we will notice basically in this case is that because of this, there is going to be overproduction in the economy. Right. So in a way, basically, they have just reworded this question. इस क्वेश्चन को उन्होंने थोड़ा reword कर दिया है. But ये जो क्वेश्चन है, ये क्वेश्चन basically कुछ भी नहीं है. This question is basically only and only your negative externality question. कुछ भी नहीं है. It's just negative externality. Right? Okay. But I am doing all the questions from past year. Don't worry. We'll take all these questions. Okay. Next question. Describe the method used in isolating secular trend in time series. Superb. This is a very easy question. जिस भी बच्चे ने time series analysis पढ़ा हुआ है, वो इस चीज को बता पाएगा. So basically, whenever we go ahead and whenever we talk about the trends in time series, अगर आप, it's important that you revise time series because it can be asked in exam. So, if whenever there is a question on trends in time series, there are the following trends in time series. F, part number F. Right? So first of all, you go ahead and you can see a linear trend, right? Linear trend in time series. Linear माने कि ऐसा कुछ. So something like this. yi is equal to a plus bt. You can also see an exponential trend in time series. That means a non-linear trend where you have yi is equal to a into b to the power t. Right? You can also see a polynomial trend. Where you have yi is equal to a plus bt plus ct square and so on. You can also go ahead and you can also see something called as a seasonal trend. Right? Seasonal trend means something that repeats itself after a fixed interval. जैसे we have talked about something which happens monthly or quarterly कि हर month ये होना ही होना है, हर quarter ये होना ही होना है. Then we have something which is known as a cyclical trend. A cyclical trend is long term movements, right? जैसे often business cycles, जो business cycles होती हैं वो cyclical trend में आती हैं, right? And then you have series which have no trend at all. And those series are known as stationary series. Series which have no trend at all, those series basically They are called as stationary series, right? Now, how do we identify these trends? हमें कैसे पता चलता है कौन सा trend है? We can identify them through 4 methods. One is called as the graphical method. The other is known as moving average. The third is known as decomposition. And fourth is known as regression analysis. Right? So these are the 4 methods that we basically go ahead and have, right? Now, what the question is saying in this case, beta, the question is going ahead and the question is saying, describe the method used in isolating secular trend in time series analysis, right? So what is a secular trend in time series? Anyone, what is a secular trend in time series? A secular trend in time series is basically a long-term trend which refers to persistent trend, right? जो हमें ओवरऑल बताता है कि ओवरऑल इंक्रीज रहा है, डिक्रीज रहा है, क्या हुआ है, उसको हम सेक्युलर ट्रेंड बोलते हैं. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं देखूं कि किसी भी इकोनॉमी का जीडीपी अगर मैं देखूं, सपोज आई एम लुकिंग एट द जीडीपी ऑफ इंडिया, and I noticed that, okay, it increased, decreased, increased, decreased, increased, 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 decreased, increased, increased, decreased. ऐसा कुछ है. But if I try to find out the long-term trend by putting a line through it, I can see that over 30 years the GDP has increased. तो secular trend होता है कि long-term trend क्या रहा है? What's the long-term trend? That's secular trend. And to understand the secular trend, to isolate the secular trend, you use moving average, you use regression analysis, least square method, you use decomposition, you use exponential smoothing. Exponential smoothing. These are the methods which you can go ahead and you can use. इन्हीं को आपको डिटेल में थोड़ा explain करना है बेटा, right? Okay. Come to the next question. Last one, okay? Last one for this this marathon. Okay, go ahead, read it out better. Distinguish between pure strategy and mixed strategy of a game. Very simple question. And to show this, you can go ahead. जो मेरा best रहेगा इसमें is that you go ahead and you take one example also and just remember this forever कि अगर मुझे दोनों solution निकालने हैं mixed and pure का, so the best case that I can go ahead and take is battle of sexes, right? So you can go ahead and you can draw uh suppose, let's say cricket movie, husband wife, right? So 2 1 cricket 0 0 0 0 1 and 2. Okay, you will notice that these two will come out as pure strategy Nash equilibrium, and then you will get one mixed strategy Nash equilibrium of 1/3 comma 2/3. ठीक है. So pure strategy Nash equilibrium is wherever you choose action consistently, you are certain about the action that you are choosing, right? You're choosing those action with 100% probability. But when we talk about mixed strategy is when you go ahead and when you choose a strategy with probabilities involved, right? When there is randomness, right? You introduce randomness. That is mixed strategy. So sometimes there will be no pure strategy Nash equilibrium. In that case, definitely there will be one mixed strategy Nash equilibrium, right? So mixed strategy Nash equilibrium is when you assign probability to actions where there is randomness, right? And the expected payoff from both strategies will be equal. दोनों strategies का expected payoff बराबर का चलेगा mixed strategy में. But in pure strategy, you ensure that you choose one action consistently. आप एक ही action करते हो और consistently करते हो. That is a pure strategy Nash equilibrium. Is this clear? Okay. So with this beta, we end the GE1 IES 2023 paper paper discussion, question number 1. In the next session, we will take GE1 IES 2022 discussion. Okay? Okay, beta. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Let us go ahead and take IAS Economics Optional 2022 question 1B today, right? We have done question 1A. We are going to go ahead with question 1B first of all in today's class. Okay, so write down the question. Try to do this yourself first, huh? Then I will go ahead and I will do it for you. So the question says, discuss the concept of liquidity trap in the liquidity preference model of interest. In the liquidity preference model of interest. Try to do this yourself, then we will do it. So again, the weightage of this is, the word limit, not weightage. Good afternoon, everyone. Let us go ahead and the word limit of this is 150 words. Just like we had in the last class, the word limit remains 150 word. You try to answer this according to a 10-mark question. Okay. Now, just try to understand here that, the question is asking us about the concept of liquidity trap. And it has also mentioned to us that we want to do it with reference with the, what happens to liquidity trap in the liquidity preference model, right? First of all, if I have to answer this question, I must go ahead and I must tell in my question that I know who gave this model, right? That's the beginning point, that you go ahead and you tell who started by giving this model. So we, all of us know that the liquidity preference model, it was given by Keynes, right? So that's my starting point, that Keynes started giving the liquidity preference model, but I should not go ahead and I should directly say Keynes, right? Rather, I must go ahead and I must mention in my question that, in the model given by Keynes about liquidity trap, this and this happened. So I don't waste a line just telling that Keynes gave this model. Rather, I explain in detail what this model, in the first line itself, what this model is about, but also mention that it was given by Keynes. So you do the two things simultaneously, right? So that's the first thing which I want to highlight here. The second thing which is important here in this question is that you have to make sure that, whenever such questions are asked where a diagram is possible, right? In such questions, you will show a graph of liquidity trap, right? So like the last question we did, right? It was possible to go ahead and to talk about, we could have gone ahead and we could have given a graph about monopolistic competition, right? We could show that where he reaches his equilibrium, what excess capacity is. So we plotted a graph for it, and हमने उसके लिए graph plot किया. Same is the case here. We must go ahead and we must plot a graph for it. That way, it becomes easier for us to answer the question. And whoever is looking at your answer, they will also be sure कि हाँ यार इनको तो ये चीज अच्छे से आती है. So that way you will be more sorted. Okay. ठीक है बेटा. Now let's try to answer this question. So write it with me. Look at the wording that I will be using. ठीक है. Okay. In the liquidity preference model of interest. Keynes highlighted. यहीं से मैंने बता दिया कि देखो मुझे पता है कि ये मॉडल जो है वो केन्स ने दिया था, right? Because I've said that Keynes is the one who is highlighting things in this model. I'm not wasting a line saying it was given by Keynes in 1938 for London. No, not that, right? I have showed the person, the reader, that I know it was given by Keynes. It's a Keynes highlighted the concept of liquidity trap. Now we mention what liquidity trap is. He mentioned that again, up to you, huh? Just I could have written that Keynes highlighted that the concept of liquidity trap. I can remove this part also, beta, and I can simply say is. Answer writing is a skill. आंसर सबको आता होगा, जितने भी एग्जाम में बैठ रहे होंगे सबको पता होगा लिक्विडिटी ट्रैप क्या है, बट उसको कैसे लिखना है वो एक स्किल है ना? उस चीज को आपको अब एक्सेल करना है, आपको वो जानना है कि उसको हम लिख कैसे सकते हैं, right? So try to understand. In the liquidity preference model of interest, Keynes highlighted that the concept of liquidity trap is that at very low interest rate, people expect rates to rise in future, leading to falling bond prices. Hence, they prefer to hold money in liquid cash instead of investing in bonds. Instead of investing in bonds. So हमने यहाँ पे बता दिया that what people do during liquidity trap, they hold money in the liquid form in their hands rather than investing that money because the interest rate is very low. तो क्योंकि इंटरेस्ट रेट वेरी लो है तो उनको लगता है कि फ्यूचर में इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ेगा ही और इस इंटरेस्ट रेट पे इन्वेस्ट करने का कोई फायदा नहीं है, राइट? इन दिस सिचुएशन the demand for money becomes infinitely elastic and any increase in money supply leads to further fall in interest rate. तो basically क्या हो गया ना, that even if you increase money supply, people will simply just keep it in the liquid format, right? The monetary policy becomes ineffective and cannot stimulate investment and growth. cannot stimulate investment and growth. So now what we have gone ahead and what we have done, beta, is that हमने सबसे पहले we defined what is liquidity trap. इतने पार्ट में हमने बता दिया कि liquidity trap क्या होता है, with a special mention that we know who gave the liquidity trap. It was given by Keynes. तो हमने ये वाला part fulfill कर दिया. We know it was given by Keynes and we know what liquidity trap is. उसके बाद हमने क्या किया, we explained this in detail and then we said what happens during this situation, हमने वो भी बता दिया. Further, we also talked about the effectiveness of monetary policy, whether it is effective or not effective. We have gone ahead and explained that also. ठीक है, अब हम बताएंगे कि when liquidity trap happens, और हम ये भी बता देंगे कि इस सिचुएशन में केन्स ने क्या बोला है, what to do, right? And we'll conclude the answer. So write down the liquidity trap usually happens. Don't use the word usually. It's a very casual word in English. So it occurs during depression or deflation, when business confidence is weak and interest rate are near zero. Interest rates are near zero. Keynes argued that under such situation, fiscal policy through government expenditure can revive demand and employment. Can revive demand and employment, right? Is it clear? So beta, इस आंसर में हमने सब कुछ whatever is possible we have gone ahead and we have covered that. अच्छा, now let's try to see whether we are well within the word limit or not. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words on an average, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't consider this 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 into 6 words on an average, 120 words. So we are well within the word limit. Now we can just go ahead and we can finally draw a graph of liquidity trap, and that will be the answer completion. Samjhe? Is it clear? Okay, so let's just do that. Okay, now I want to show this through two parts. So the first diagram that I want to reflect is this, right? And I take money here and I take interest rate here, right? And we can say that this part is my liquidity trap. Right, this part is my liquidity trap. Right, this is speculative, right? And this is representing transactionary plus precautionary. Right, so because the money demand has become horizontal, therefore this reflects the liquidity trap. So we can say that in the graph, the money demand curve becomes flat at low interest rate, which indicates liquidity trap. Which indicates liquidity trap. Is it clear? So this phase itself, it was introduced by Keynes during the period of Great Depression, right? And that is the reason why we can say that this occurs during Great Depression. Okay. Now, this is diagram number 1, beta. Okay. If you want, you can stop here. If you want, you can also show what happens during liquidity trap. So here I would like to just I left the word doesn't. It changes the entire meaning. Doesn't lead to further fall in interest rate. So changes in money supply don't change the interest rate. Blunder. Huh. So now look here. This is my money supply beta. Under usual circumstances, if I have a downward sloping demand curve of money, when I increase the supply of money, the interest rate decreases. But here, if I increase the supply of money, the interest rate remains unchanged. And if I decrease the supply of money also, the interest rate remains unchanged, right? So because the demand curve is horizontal, although we show this aspect of demand curve, but usually this is liquidity trap. The demand curve is horizontal, right? We want to show it that after certain interest rate, it has become horizontal. That is why I'm showing it like this. But since the demand curve is horizontal, any increase or decrease in the supply of money does not change the interest rate, right? You are trapped in a situation where you are not able to change the interest rate. So usually what happens when you increase the supply of money, interest rate decreases, investment increases, GDP increases. It's a stimulating thing, right? It's expansionary monetary policy under usual circumstances, right? But here what happens is when money supply is increasing, interest rate is unchanged, so my investment is unchanged, so the monetary policy has become ineffective. The monetary policy has become ineffective. So if you want, you can also show this diagram to show the ineffectiveness of monetary policy. Okay. Why the monetary policy is ineffective. Is it clear? Okay. Okay. So we will wrap up this question here, and I hope that this is useful for you. When you practice, make sure you get those answers checked from me so that I know I can highlight कि आपने कहाँ कहाँ क्या क्या गलती की है. You get your answers checked from me, huh? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll begin with one past year question first, then we'll continue with the lecture. So today I want to take IAS Eco Optional Paper 1 2022 question number 2 beta. Okay, let us go ahead and let us look into the question. So is question ke there are 3 parts. Now question 2 onwards you will see that there are multiple parts to the question. And this is a question on Stackelberg model. क्या बोलते हैं? Consider a duopoly market with price equal to 100 minus 2Q, marginal cost 10, Q equal to Q1 plus Q2. ठीक है? It says suppose firm 1 is market leader and firm 2 is the follower. Find equilibrium output, price and profit of both firms. Find equilibrium output, price and profit of both firms. ठीक है बेटा, पहली बात ये समझो कि यहां पर इसी से समझ में आता है स्टैकलबर्ग मॉडल है क्योंकि एक फॉलोअर है और एक लीडर है. सो वी नो इट्स अ स्टैकलबर्ग मॉडल. ठीक है. एंड द फर्स्ट पार्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन, दिस इज फॉर 20 marks. That is why it is asking you to find output, price and profit of both firms. तीनों चीजें निकालना है. Because it's a 20 marks question, that is why they are asking you to find both the things, right? Okay, so let us go ahead and let us begin. So we know that whenever we go ahead and whenever we have to solve for a Stackelberg model, we always follow backward induction. तो हम लिखना शुरू करेंगे that because this is a sequential game, we will follow backward induction, finding reaction curve, finding reaction function of firm 2 first. है ना? तो what will be profit function of firm 2 beta? Price into quantity minus cost of firm 2. बेटा प्राइस है 100 minus 2Q into Q2 और कॉस्ट फंक्शन में मार्जिनल कॉस्ट इज 10 and both firms have same marginal cost. So minus 10 into Q2. This will be 100 minus 2 Q1 plus Q2 into Q2 minus 10 Q2. ठीक है. तो just open this up. We'll get 100 Q2 minus 2 Q1 Q2 minus 2 Q2 square minus 10 Q2. But this will be 90 Q2 minus 2 Q1 Q2 minus 2 Q2 square. ये हो गया profit function of firm 2. We want to maximize this. तो differentiate करो इसको with respect to Q2. तो ये हो जाएगा 90 minus 2 Q1 into 1 minus 4 Q2 equal to 0. और यहां से we'll get Q2 equal to 90 minus 2 Q1 by 4. तो बेटा ये हो जाएगा रिएक्शन फंक्शन ऑफ फर्म 2. रिएक्शन फंक्शन of firm 2. Now we'll find, so इसको ना we will, अगर you want to score more marks, तो it is a good idea कि आप इस reaction function को proper लिखो. So you can say best response of firm 2 as a function of Q1. This is 90 minus 2 Q1 by 4. 90 minus 2 Q1 by 4. ठीक है? ठीक है बेटा, look at the second part. Sorry, look at the profit function of this first firm. So price into quantity minus cost. एक एक स्टेटमेंट लिखना इतना हार्मफुल नहीं है, लिखना चाहिए क्योंकि 20 मार्क्स का क्वेश्चन है. सो यू कैन से द प्रॉफिट फंक्शन ऑफ फर्म 1 कैन बी रिटन एज दिस. ठीक है, तो प्राइस is given to you 100 minus 2Q into Q1 minus cost हो गया 10. This is Q1 बेटा, 10 Q1. ठीक है, तो बच्चे दिस विल बी 100 minus 2 Q की जगह पे Q1 plus Q2 into Q1 minus 10 Q1. बेटा सॉल्व करो. What will you get? 100 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 2 Q2 Q1 minus 10 Q1. Beta, this will be 90 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 2 Q1 Q2. ठीक है, now what will we do? This is a sequential game. So firm 1 takes reaction function of firm 2 into consideration while solving its profit maximization condition. अपने प्रॉफिट को मैक्सिमाइज करते समय फर्म 1 Q2 का वैल्यू प्लग इन करेगा बिकॉज फर्म 1 हैज ऑलरेडी इंड्यूस्ड. फर्म 1 को पहले ही पता है व्हाट फर्म 2's रिएक्शन इज गोइंग टू बी. सो यू विल गो ahead and you will get 90 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 2 Q1. Instead of Q2, I will plug this best response function. So I will get 90 minus 2 Q1 by 4. यहाँ लिखो. Make this as equation number 1. Give this as equation number 2. So you can say, therefore, plugging 1 into 1 का वैल्यू हम Q2 का वैल्यू यहाँ पे प्लग इन कर रहे हैं, right? So now you will get profit function of firm 1 as 90 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus Q1, 90 minus 2 Q1 by 2. 90 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 45 Q1 plus Q1 square. 45 Q1 minus Q1 square will be the profit function of firm 1. ये हो जाएगा firm 1 का profit function. Now firm 1 aims to maximize its profits. Firm 1 aims to maximize its profit. So your first order condition will be del pi 1 by del Q1 equal to 0. And second order condition will be del square pi 1 by del Q1 square less than 0. क्योंकि maxima achieve करना है. So it has to be less than 0. So if I just differentiate this with respect to Q1, I'll get 45 minus 2, Q1 as 0. So Q1 will be 45 by 2, 22.5. Right? And if I just double differentiate this, minus 2 less than 0, therefore maximized. Profits have been maximized. Now plug Q1 in equation 1. Q1 का वैल्यू वापस इक्वेशन 1 में डालो. तो इक्वेशन 1 क्या था बेटा? This. Q2 is 90 minus 2 Q1 by 4. 90 minus 2. Q1 क्या है? By 4. So it will be 45 by 4. 1. 1. 2. 5. 11.25. Okay. 11.25. So we have found out the quantities of both the firms. अब price निकाल लेते हैं. So price is 100 minus 2Q, 100 minus 2, Q1 plus Q2, 100 minus 2. बेटा Q1 था 22.5, 11.25. Please recheck. Huh? This will be 3 na. 10 से 9, 9 1 से 32.5 will be your price. So price will come out as 32.5. I know price, I know quantity, I can find out the profit of the two firms. So profit of firm 1 is price into its quantity minus cost, which means 22.5 whole square. So it is going to be 506.25. And profit of second firm will be price into quantity minus cost. So it is going to be 22.5 into 11.25. Right? So this is going to be half of this. So 2, 5, 3, 25 ka half, 125. So 253.125. So this will be a profit function of the two firms. Is it clear? So this is the first part to the question, which was asking you that you have to, suppose firm 1 is market leader and firm 2 is the follower, find equilibrium, price and profit of both the firms. We have done that. अच्छा, अब आगे देखो. The next part. Next part says, would firm 1 retain first mover advantage under price choice? Would firm 1 retain first mover advantage under price choice? माने instead of choosing the quantity, if the firms had to choose the price, right? अगर ये एक price choice होता, तो would they have continued doing so? ठीक है. And this is a 15 mark question बेटा. 15 mark question. ठीक है. अच्छा, now there are two ways to understand this thing. ठीक है. The first one is that firms are choosing the price not simultaneously. अभी भी sequential game ही है, right? Firms are choosing the price not simultaneously but sequentially. बट अब सिर्फ एक चीज अलग हो रही है कि इंस्टेड ऑफ चूजिंग क्वांटिटी sequentially they are choosing the price. So we can go ahead and we can resolve this question. हम इस क्वेश्चन को resolve कर सकते हैं by assuming what happens with price. ठीक है, देखो we know कि had it been a simultaneous game, अगर simultaneous price game होता है, so we know कि उस केस में तो बहुत ही simple है that we will end up with Bertrand paradox and ultimately both firms will be having P equal to MC. That is clear to us. But I am saying that instead of that simultaneous game, अगर price sequential game में रहता है, but instead of quantity you have the price now, then what will happen? That is what we are going ahead and we are deciding in this case. बात समझ में आती है? Okay, so let's try this one. Would firm 1 retain first mover advantage under price choice? So what we will do, beta, is that we will make profit function of firm 2 price into quantity minus cost into quantity, right? I know P equal to 100 minus 2Q. So this will be 100 minus 2 Q1 plus Q2. This is your P. ठीक है, so we know from here that 100 minus P by 2 will be Q1 plus Q2. 100 minus P by 2 will be Q1 plus Q2, right? तो माने ये जो प्रॉफिट फंक्शन है फर्म का, right? This can it be, the question is, can it be written as can it be written in function of price? That is what we are trying to determine, right? So we are going for a price sequential game, right? But now we want to, अगर मुझे, if I have to determine the price sequentially, है ना, तो उस केस में I want to do the same backward induction. I want to differentiate it with respect to I want to differentiate it with respect to price now, right? दोनों firms अलग अलग price set कर रहे हैं. That is what we mean here. So there can be one price P1, there can be one price P2, right? So it would be, if you notice in this question, it would be difficult to write this setting as a function of price, right? So as a function of price, if I have to convert Q1 and Q2 in terms of P, it will be a bit difficult, right? So what we can go ahead and what we can do is that either we can write with a general case, कि एक general हमने है ना, we make a general case and we just solve that, ठीक है, and we come up with some conclusions and we see whether it holds true or not. एक चीज वो हो सकती है. The other thing that can happen is that in order to go ahead and in order to write the answer, we just give it in word terms. हम सिर्फ बता देते हैं कि word terms में क्या होगा, right? So let me write this down for you guys. Let me write it theoretically first, then I will tell you if proof is possible. So please write down theoretically. Unlike स्टैकलबर्ग, देखो बेटा हम फर्स्ट मूवर एडवांटेज की बात कर रहे हैं तो बर्ट्रैंड मॉडल की बात करना ठीक बात नहीं होगी. सीक्वेंशियल गेम है, साइमल्टेनियस गेम नहीं है. तो इट विल बी इनकरेक्ट इफ यू आंसर इट विद बर्ट्रैंड मॉडल इन बर्ट्रैंड पैराडॉक्स, वो एक गलत आंसर होगा. सो अनलाइक स्टैकलबर्ग, क्वांटिटी कंपटीशन where leader benefits by committing to higher output. So you saw firm 1 was able to produce more output as compared to firm 2. In price sequential game, the leader can end up worse off because follower can easily undercut. So this way, explaining this theoretically is an easier job and it shows that you know the concept well. तो हम क्या कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे अगर एक प्राइस कंपटीशन हो और फर्म 1 डिक्लेयर कर दे कि मैं ये प्राइस सेट कर रहा हूं, तो फर्म 2 एज अ फॉलोअर नोस की लीडर ने तो ये प्राइस सेट किया है, फर्म 1 ने ये प्राइस सेट किया एंड इट कैन अंडरकट, वो उससे थोड़ा कम प्राइस डिक्लेयर करके इट कैन कैप्चर द एंटायर मार्केट, right? So therefore the leader will be at a disadvantage instead of being at an advantage, वो तो एक disadvantage पे हो जाएगा, right? So sequential price setting often leads to aggressive price war unless there is a differentiated product, B capacity constraint. तो अगर डिफरेंशिएटेड प्रोडक्ट नहीं है, विद डिफरेंशिएटेड प्रोडक्ट आउटकम विल सॉफ्टन, क्योंकि दोनों प्रोडक्ट्स अलग है. You may still capture your loyal customer, but if the product is same, right, those who will announce their price first will actually suffer, right? So example, so let's write down example. Airlines, when one announces ticket prices, rival often adjust prices afterwards, right? If products are differentiated, the outcome softens. Leader may still capture some loyal customers at high price. ठीक है, समझे? So this is a more better way to write the answer, because it is not possible to me, I mean not easily possible for us to write the entire function in terms of price, right? And we will have to find two different prices, P1 and P2, which is not the case here, है ना, कि कौन सा firm कौन सा price set करे. It's not possible to show it like that. So this way we are able to explain the answer better, कि आप इस चीज को क्यों सीक्वेंशियली क्यों आप सॉल्व नहीं कर सकते हो, क्यों आपको ऐसे दिखाना जरूरी है, क्योंकि आप कोई भी प्राइस निकालोगे फर्म 1 का, फर्म 2 उसको अंडरकट करेगा, उससे थोड़ा कम चार्ज करेगा, बट वो कम प्राइस क्या, इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू डिटरमाइन दैट हियर. I mean, if you charge a price of 10, I can charge 9.99999 or I can charge 9.8. You understanding it? I just undercut to get the entire market. So therefore this way, right, the answer will make more sense. ठीक है बेटा? Okay, now there is one last part left. Let me just write that down also for you. Here is the question. Yeah, C part. Again 15 marks. Huh? A competitive equilibrium is both Pareto efficient and equitable. Do you justify? Do you agree? Justify. Beta, I will take this tomorrow. I want all of you to answer this on your own. Practice this, huh? For 15 marks. A competitive equilibrium is both Pareto efficient and equitable. Do you agree? Justify your answer. इसके एस्पेक्ट में आंसर देना है. Don't write random answers. Write it with respect to the question that we have done first. Explaining what competitive equilibrium is, explaining Pareto efficiency, explaining equitability. 15 marks का question है. Okay. So about 200 to 250 words is a good amount that you can write here. Okay. We'll take this question in tomorrow's class then. But I am doing IAS Economics Optional 2022 Paper 1 Question 3C. I started writing in my words. Please write down the actual wording. Discuss the effectiveness of monetary policy in an open economy with flexible exchange rate and perfect capital mobility. Will this policy remain effective with fixed exchange rate also, while other things remain same? Explain. While other things remain same, explain. Okay, very, very easy question, but it's a 20-mark question. So we have to answer accordingly. Try it, give it a try. So in this question, because it is asking the effectiveness of monetary and fiscal policy, monetary policy in particular, under flexible and fixed exchange rate, we have to begin by explaining what Mundell-Fleming model is about, because it is a 20-mark question, right? The answer should not be small. And we have to make sure that we answer with proper graphs. Only answering in words will not be enough, right? So first, we have to ensure that it is according to a 20-mark answer. It should not be a very simple answer to begin with. And secondly, we have to ensure that it covers all graphs, right? Okay, so let's begin. So first of all, what I will do better, because the question talks about perfect capital mobility, I'll try and I'll word this. So write down open economy with perfect capital mobility means financial capital can move freely across borders. Financial capital can move freely across borders, right? The balance of payment curve under such situation is horizontal. So why is the balance of payment curve horizontal? Because very small movements in interest rate can cause huge movement in the capital, perfect capital mobility, right? So that's the reason that the BP curve or the BOP curve is horizontal, right? So let's just write one line on this also. Huh? So write down the balance of payment curve in this situation is horizontal as small changes in interest rate, very small changes, can cause huge movements in capital. Thus, R is always equal to R star. That means the interest rate in your country is always equal to the interest rate in the world, right? So that means interest rate in domestic economy equals interest rate in global economy, right? For capital account to be in equilibrium. For capital account to be in equilibrium. Is it clear? We have explained how the BP curve looks. Now we want to move on to flexible exchange rate. Flexible exchange rate. So what we can do better? This is my BP curve. IS LM. Now, we are talking about expansionary monetary policy. So, under expansionary monetary policy, the LM curve shifts rightwards. If the initial equilibrium is at E, I can mark this point at E. The economy reaches point E dash. Economy reaches point E dash. This causes interest rate to decrease. The interest rate has decreased, and thus capital flows outwards. Outwards means there is outflow of the capital, right? Outwards will not be a right word. So you can say thus capital flows. There is, so you can say the, and thus there is outflow of capital. That makes more correct wording. There is outflow of capital. The capital is moving out. Now, when the capital is moving out, this causes decrease in demand of domestic currency, and hence depreciation of the currency. So the currency starts depreciating. Now, when the currency depreciates, what will happen? Leading to increase in net exports. When the currency starts depreciating, the net exports start increasing. When the net exports increase, this causes the IES curve to shift outwards. This causes the IES curve to shift outwards, and economy reaches equilibrium at E double dash. So we can say that at E double dash, the IES, LM and BP intersect, and hence equilibrium is attained. IES, LM and BP intersect, and when IES, LM and BP meet, the equilibrium is attained back in the economy. Okay. So therefore, we can go ahead and we can say that we have again attained equilibrium, but the output level is higher. The output level is higher. So since the output level is higher, monetary policy is effective, right? Now the question says, go back to the question. The question says Will this policy remain effective with fixed exchange rate also while other things remain the same? So write down part B. Fixed exchange rate. So write down no. The monetary policy will not remain effective under fixed exchange rate due to impossible trinity. Due to impossible trinity. You can explain impossible trinity then, beta. So you have exchange rate being fixed, monetary policy autonomy, and perfect capital mobility. Monetary policy autonomy means that can I use monetary policy? Can I use monetary policy to go ahead and to increase output in the economy? Is that possible or not? That is what monetary policy autonomy goes ahead and suggests. तो अब हमने क्या बोला? What we have said? We are saying that whenever we achieve these two beta, when exchange rate is fixed and when we have perfect capital mobility, ये दोनों चीजें हमने फिक्स कर दी हैं यहाँ पे. That what the question is saying. Then in that case, I cannot use monetary policy. Monetary policy becomes ineffective. That is what this is. So we can say that according to this, if exchange rate is fixed and capital is perfectly mobile, monetary policy will be ineffective. तो मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी इसमें इनइफेक्टिव हो जाएगी. यू कैन नॉट यूज मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी इन सच सिचुएशंस. अच्छा, टू टॉप अप दिस आंसर, इस आंसर को कंप्लीट करने के लिए यू कैन ऑल्सो शो द सेम थिंग थ्रू द मुंडेल फ्लेमिंग मॉडल. तो हम क्या करेंगे? व्हाट वील डू, वील गो अहेड एंड मेक दिस बेटा बीपी IS LM. And so when there is monetary policy expansion, LM curve shifts to right. The LM curve will shift to right. This leads to decrease in interest rate and hence capital outflow. इतना सेम है कि इंटरेस्ट रेट डिक्लाइन होगा, यू विल मूव फ्रॉम पॉइंट E to E dash and capital will outflow. But since exchange rate is fixed to hold exchange rate fixed, the decrease in demand of money must be followed by decrease in supply of money की जगह we can write domestic currency. Decrease in demand of domestic currency. I'll just explain this. हाँ क्या बोल रही हूँ मैं यहाँ पे? Give me a minute. Listen, हाँ तो क्या हुआ कि सबसे पहले हमने सप्लाई ऑफ मनी को इंक्रीज किया. We increased the supply of money. The LM curve shifted rightwards. जब LM curve rightward हुआ, we moved from point E to E dash, and this caused a decrease in interest rate. When interest rate decreased, beta, it started outflow of capital. Capital started moving out. Whenever capital move out, it puts a downward pressure on the exchange rate. It causes depreciation of currency. But I cannot depreciate my currency. So if I have to appreciate my currency, अगर हमें currency को appreciate करना होता है, we always reduce the supply of domestic currency. So here we can see that when capital is moving out, we notice that there is a decrease in demand of domestic currency. किसी भी so this is what is happening in India currently. As of September 2025, the foreign investment portfolio is declining. Nobody wants to invest in India. ठीक है, they want to invest outside India because अभी क्या लग रहा है ना, they think that dollar is more we can say dollar is more uh, safe option, risk free option, so everyone wants to go outside India, right? तो उसको देखते हुए the demand of Indian currency is decreasing. अब अगर demand decrease हो रही है, to keep the currency constant, to keep the exchange rate same, we must decrease the supply also. So this is what I've written here, ki when the demand starts decreasing because of capital outflow, you decrease the supply of the domestic currency also. But when you decrease the supply of the domestic currency, then it leading to leftward shift of the LM curve. Leading to leftward shift of the LM curve. Is it clear? So basically now what has happened now, that the LM curve has shifted backwards. जो LM curve rightward shift हुआ था, we shift that LM curve backwards beta. And therefore we reach back this original equilibrium E. हम इसी equilibrium पे वापस आ जाते हैं. So therefore, thereby the new equilibrium turns back at E. So we started from E, we went to E dash, from E dash we came back to E, and therefore we can go ahead and we can say that output remains unchanged. So monetary policy is ineffective under fixed exchange rate. Monetary policy is ineffective under fixed exchange rate. Is it clear? This is how you can go ahead and you can write the answer. This is a perfect answer for 20 marks. Whether you are sitting in your IAS economics optional paper, या DEPR paper, या Indian Economic Service exam, for any written exam, for a 20 mark answer, this is a perfect answer. We have explained everything possible in this. Okay? I hope this is clear to everyone. Okay, beta. Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. So, first of all, today I would like to go ahead and begin with the discussion of the practice question that I had given you in the last class, okay, on the Telegram group. Okay, so I've seen the answers that you have given, and the answers are good. But I would like to, first of all, for today, point out the mistakes that you have made, right? And why, it may not help you score 100% marks as, you know, as it's not the right expected answer. But what the issues are, I want to go ahead and I want to kind of highlight that today. Okay. So, okay. So the first thing which is there, so let's look at the question beta first of all. So the question said, discuss the concept of liquidity trap in liquidity preference model of interest. Right, beta? Okay, now try to understand. See, first of all, what I had asked you to do was to write the answer in 150 words. Her question ke, according to the weightage of the marks, you will be having uh, the word limit. Okay. अब इस केस में क्या हुआ है ना, that you are asked that it's I've given you this as a 10 marks question and you're asked to write the answer in 150 words. The answer समझना बेटे. Now, because the word limit is very limited, बहुत कम words में हमें दिखना है, 150 words में दिखना है, you cannot spend the words on writing what your liquidity preference theory says, right? That is a waste of your, answer, right? So you don't have to go ahead and you don't have to write anything on what is the meaning of liquidity preference model. Many of you have gone ahead and written that, right? So no need to mention the liquidity preference model. There is no need. There are about the concept of liquidity trap within the liquidity को लिखने की जरूरत नहीं, ठीक है? एक और चीज, many times you spend a complete line on telling who gave this model. जैसे for example, I have seen that many of you have written like this, that the liquidity preference model was propounded by Keynes in his book, and you give the name of the book. ऐसे करके आप लिख देते हो, ठीक है? This is a wastage of words. You have to write the answer in 150 words. On 150 words, why will I go ahead and why will I spend my words on telling who propounded it separately, right? Instead of doing this, instead of writing liquidity preference model was propounded by Keynes in his book Plant Income and wasting about 10 to 15 words, when you start your answer, you can simply say that in Keynesian liquidity preference model, the liquidity trap refers to. And you can continue your answer. So in this, what we have done is, instead of writing two separate lines, जिसमें पहले में हमने बताया कि ये किसने दिया, and दूसरे में हमने यहाँ से शुरू किया कि in this model, liquidity trap refers to. Instead of writing 2 lines, we have summarized this in 1 line. कि देखो हमें यहाँ पे पता है कि ये केन्स का मॉडल है. We know this well, right? We have written it here, right? In Keynes model, right? But we are not spending one complete this line on explaining that this was given by Keynes. That is another mistake that is not supposed to be done. Okay. Then another important aspect, which okay, I just received another answer. I will just check that better. Another important mistake that many of you have gone ahead and made is that you should not be going ahead and you should not be exceeding the word limit. This is something which is very, very important, right? So when I gave the question, I clearly said that answer in 150 words. But if you go ahead and if you see your answers, it is about 215 words. No, you have to adhere to the word limit. Word limit is important. You cannot exceed the word limit, right? And that is why it is important to summarize it in smaller sections. Okay. And that any answer will be incomplete if you don't go ahead and you don't make the diagram. Diagram बनाना जरूरी है. बिना diagram के नहीं answer होता. And whenever you will draw a diagram, you need 1 or 2 lines on the diagram also, right? So 150 word approximately. This approximately means about 8 to 9 lines. Not more than this beta, right? And if you look into your answer, they have exceeded 3 pages, right? So that is not a way of writing the answer for 150 words or for 10 marks, right? So you should not be doing this. Now, next problem. I have seen that you have written 4 to 5 pointers on the factors affecting liquidity trap and 4 to 5 pointers on the solution suggested for liquidity trap. I've seen you writing like that. कि आपने factors पे भी 4 5 point लिखे and solution पे. No, you have to summarize them in single line. You don't have to explain them. For example, because this is a 150 word answer, I know that one of the main solutions under liquidity trap is that fiscal intervention. केस ने बोला कि देखो गवर्नमेंट की जरूरत पड़ेगी लिक्विडिटी ट्रैप में फिस्कल इंटरवेंशन की जरूरत पड़ेगी. ठीक है. या that one of the issues, one of the ways in which this can be solved is through probably negative interest rate, which is not a very good solution, but आपको लगता है ये भी आंसर में होना चाहिए. So you write it in a single line that Keynes advocated fiscal intervention to boost demand. Negative interest rate can also be applied. Answer done. You don't have to explain them 150 words में कि negative interest rate को हम 4 लाइनों में explain करेंगे, fiscal intervention को हम 5 lines में explain करेंगे. No, that is not supposed to be done. That's not the way to write this answer, right? So, when I read the answers, जो भी आप लोगों ने answers दिए हैं, it more or less it felt like you have copy pasted it from books. कुछ ऐसा लग रहा था. You have not, spent time in making your own answer. You have not spent time in writing it yourself. The ideal approach should be that because you know what liquidity trap is, you should have tried to summarize that answer yourself in 150 words. Right? Not copy pasted from. पर वो bookish language का touch आ रहा है जो नहीं आना चाहिए था आंसर में. Right? Okay. Then so I liked one of the answer, and this is shared by, just tell you, this is shared by Mohit, right? So I like that answer. It was close to what can be expected. But let me tell you, there is another issue there, right? So when you write answers for UPSC or Indian Economic Service or RBI DEPR, whenever you write these answers, you don't follow an informal approach. What is the meaning of informal approach? So, for example, if I'm writing, so the starting went well, right? Because why the starting went well? Because you didn't start by explaining what liquidity preference theory is. उस पे आपने focus नहीं किया. You didn't take 5 lines to explain what, who gave it, in which book it was given, which is good. We don't have that much word limit. But what went wrong there is that when we talk about the causes, just as आपने लिखे causes behind liquidity trap, right? What went wrong there is that you started giving those arrows and you started giving points, which is not right. Right? Try to be as formal as possible. इतना informal answer नहीं देना है. So you cannot go ahead and you cannot write like this, कि Japan 1990 to present, and then some points here and some point here. Nah, this is not the way to give an answer there. Making a flow chart is fine. That within an answer you made a flow chart. आपने एक formal flow chart proper बनाया. ठीक है? But flow chart would have meant something like this. That if you are writing causes behind liquidity trap, you make a flow chart and you give different causes. 1, 2, 3, but you explain them below in a paragraph, right? Don't make it that informal कि आपने यहाँ पे कुछ दिया और फिर उसके बाद यहाँ से ऐसे you bring out 4 arrows here and you bring out 4 arrows here. Nah, that is not a very good way of going ahead and answering that question, right? So that is another issue which I kind of found out. Okay, so that's it that I wanted to highlight. Keep within the word limit, right? Make sure you make the graph. Make sure you explain the graph in 2 lines, right? Do not spend or waste time on explaining what liquidity preference theory is. Don't waste time on explaining who gave it, in which book it was given. No time for that. You have to go ahead and you have to mention the causes of it and the solution to it. Mention तो करना है कि causes क्या और solution क्या है, but उसमें बहुत ज्यादा आपको time spend नहीं करना है. माने you don't have to keep writing in detail. It's only 150 words. तो आपको वो answer 150 words में लिखना है, right? And since this was given to you as a 10-mark question, तो जब आप इसको solve करो, you have to make sure that that answer is written within a certain time period, right? Because अभी तो मैंने आपको एक homework question दिया था, तो आपने इसका answer Telegram group में दिया, so I don't know whether you took 30 minutes to write the answer or 10 minutes to write the answer. But ideally, there is a time limit, right? You should not be spending more than about 8 to 10 minutes to write a 10-mark answer. उससे ज़्यादा time नहीं है हमारे पास, right? So try to also and way. So make sure that you do all of these things properly. Okay. Okay. So now, let me just go ahead and help you give all the pointers as to how you can go ahead and how you can write a good answer. Okay. So we'll take this question only. This is the question. You have to go ahead and you have to tell what liquidity trap is within the liquidity preference theory. Okay. Okay. Let's start. Adhere to the word limit, right? So you begin by saying that in the Keynesian, liquidity preference framework, right? A liquidity trap is a situation where demand of money becomes perfectly elastic with respect to interest rate, right? This happens typically at very low interest rate, right? Now I want to highlight one more thing here. If you are well averse, well averse, right, with your equation, zaruri nahi, dekho, you will score, you can go ahead and score 100% marks, even when you are not aware with the equations. 100% marks आपके आ सकते हैं, ठीक है? So only if you're well aware with the equation, you should be writing an equation. नहीं आती है और theoretically explain करते हो तो भी सही marks ही मिलेंगे, right? So if I think I know the equation well, then I will write this equation that, m by p is equal to ky minus hi, right? So dm by p, how money changes when interest rate changes is minus h. ठीक है? Perfectly elastic. Implies h being this. You can mention it. There is no issue, right? So, but you have to be very sure of what the equation is. Even if I don't write this equation, it will fetch me full marks if I am very certain with my answer, right? That is what is important. If you write the equation, nothing like that. But if you don't write it, it is fine. Okay. Now let's write down further. So this happens typically at a very low interest rate. And then you can go ahead and you can say that what are the consequences? So what's the consequence of liquidity trap? That people don't hold their money in bonds. They hold their money in cash, right? Because they think that holding money in bonds can lead to further capital losses, right? So please write down. People prefer to hold their money in cash, anticipating that holding money in bonds will lead to capital losses. Right. Okay, now you have explained enough what liquidity trap is, right? Now what you have to go ahead and what you have to do is you can make a graph. Now, again, there are 2 or 3 graphs which you will be finding in different books. ठीक है? अब एक बुक आपको ऐसा कुछ ग्राफ बनाने को बोलेगी कि आपने यहाँ पे मनी दिखाया and at a certain interest rate, this becomes perfectly elastic and you call this as liquidity trap. Right? This is fine. You can go ahead and you can, make this graph. The other one, if you go ahead and if you refer to other books, it will be in the form of ISM LM curve, which will show you that if this is my LM curve, if this is horizontal, right, then I'm talking about a liquidity trap situation. And this is my IS1 and this is my IS2. Now let me tell you what is the difference and which one to use when. देखो, इफ डायग्राम दोनों ही सही है, दोनों ही लिक्विडिटी ट्रैप के बारे में है, बट क्यों कौन सा कब यूज करना है ये समझो थोड़ा सा. If my question would have been this, that under liquidity trap, monetary policy becomes ineffective. Liquidity trap is a situation where monetary policy becomes ineffective. Elaborate. So here it is asking you to show that monetary policy is ineffective, right? या अगर वो बोलते हैं कि under liquidity trap, fiscal policy is most effective. Fiscal policy is most effective. ऐसा कुछ बोल रहे हैं. If you are asked such things, if you're given such things, ऐसा कुछ है, हाँ, इसमें वो effectiveness, non-effectiveness की बात है. Monetary and fiscal policies, you're increasing your IS curve, shifting it to the right, shifting it to the left, changing your LM curve, showing किसमें output change होता है, किसमें output change नहीं होता. This is the right graph for it. है ये liquidity trap related है, but this is about policy effectiveness and ineffectiveness. That is this answer, right? But in this question, is it asking you that? No, right? What is it asking you in this question? In this question, as I see, a few of you have gone ahead and drawn this one, but many of you have drawn this one. तो पहले ध्यान से समझो कि कौन सा diagram सही है. In this question, it is only asking you what liquidity trap is. It is not asking you whether the liquidity trap will be effective or ineffective, right? So drawing this one, right? So as I can see that Anika or, I can see Gauri, you have plotted this one. This is correct. Okay? But this is not correct, right? This is to be drawn more when you're talking about effectiveness. And if you still want to explain this in a line, it's fine, but explain this more. Are you understanding it? So we need to also understand कि कौन सा graph कहाँ पे use होगा. Liquidity trap पे चार diagrams हो सकते हैं, but which one to use is what you have to understand. So if I were in your place, I would have drawn this one, and not only this, I would have gone ahead and I would have, along with this, rather than drawing this one first, I would have drawn this graph. And I would have changed the supply of money, right? I would have changed the supply of money. So usually what happens, beta, अगर मेरा demand of money का graph ये है और supply of money ये है, so usually under normal circumstances, when supply of money increases, interest rate decreases. But liquidity trap is that situation when interest rate fails to change, fails to decrease. So if I were in your place, I would have drawn these two graphs first. उसने मुझसे इसका meaning पूछे liquidity trap का, right? And I would have said that, so I would have said consequences of liquidity trap. And I would have said that any increase in money supply, right, fails to lower interest rate. देखो जब इंटरेस्ट रेट गिरता है तो ऑटोमेटिकली इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ती है. So if interest rate is not decreasing, investment will not increase, right? So it fails to lower the interest rate, thereby failing to stimulate investment and hence aggregate demand. So investment नहीं बढ़ेगी, and when investment will not increase, aggregate demand will not increase. So this renders monetary policy to be ineffective in reviving economy from recession. Hence, monetary policy becomes ineffective. So we have explained the entire thing in just one paragraph कि देखो मनी सप्लाई के बढ़ने पे इंटरेस्ट रेट नहीं कम हो रहा, अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट नहीं कम होगा तो इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं बढ़ेगी, इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं बढ़ेगी तो एग्रीगेट डिमांड नहीं बढ़ेगी, एग्रीगेट डिमांड नहीं बढ़ेगी तो अगर आप रिसेशन में हो, आप रिसेशन में ही रह जाओगे, राइट? सो इन दिस कॉन्टेक्स्ट, केन्स advocated fiscal intervention to boost demand. तो बेटा ऐसे कुछ भी नहीं लिख देना है, सोच के वर्ड लिमिट में मिला के प्रॉपर प्रैक्टिस करके यू हैव टू राइट द आंसर. जस्ट सी दिस थिंग, हाँ, हाउ डू आई काउंट द वर्ड लिमिट? सो 1 2 3 4. नाउ आई डोंट हैव टू कीप काउंटिंग. It means that on an average in one line, I am writing 4 to 5 words, not more than that. इसका यही मतलब है that according to my handwriting, I like to write 4 to 5 words in one line. So if I just say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and if I write 5 words in every line, I have written this in 50 words. This is how you count. You don't literally start counting the words. आप एक average लगाते हो. So I have written 50 words in the first paragraph. Similarly, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So 5 into 8, I've written 40 words here. So I've written approximately 90 words, 90 to 100 words, in which I have explained कि एक liquidity trap होता क्या है. ये मैंने अच्छे से समझा दिया इस क्वेश्चन में. और ना ही सिर्फ मैंने ये समझाया कि लिक्विडिटी ट्रैप क्या होता है, मैंने उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस भी बता दिए कि लिक्विडिटी ट्रैप होने से होता क्या है. सो आई हैव एक्सप्लेन्ड कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस आल्सो एंड ट्रैप आल्सो. Now, given that I have done both the things and I'm still left up with 50 words, right? Now I can give examples जो आपने दिए थे, right? कि in Japan or in advanced economies, how empirical evidence talks about the liquidity trap, right? So you can go ahead and you can talk about that in the remaining last paragraph. ठीक है? You can conclude your answer by talking about that. Okay, so try to be very sure of how to go ahead and how to write the answer, right? So now in the last paragraph, I'm leaving it up to you, beta. You will quote example of Japan, right? Which shows empirical evidence of liquidity trap, right? So this is how more or less you will go ahead and you will write the answer within the word limit. Word limit exceed नहीं करनी है. बहुत ही समराइज्ड वे में हमें आंसर लिखना है. एंड वी हैव टू स्टिल मेक श्योर दैट वी लिटरली गिव एवरीथिंग, राइट? दिस इज द वे. ओके, गुड. सो अगेन आई विल पोस्ट वन क्वेश्चन बेटा ऑन द टेलीग्राम ग्रुप, राइट? आप उस टेलीग्राम ग्रुप में जो भी मैं क्वेश्चन दूंगी, प्रैक्टिस इट, राइट द आंसर इन द पोस्ट योर आंसर्स इन द ग्रुप, एंड अगेन आई विल डिस्कस द क्वेश्चन टुमारो. ओके, now let us go ahead and start with the Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First, we'll take one question. We'll try to do it together. Take some minutes, try to write the answer to this question. Then we'll continue with what we were doing in the last class. Okay. So, question. This is IAS from IAS, okay? Two 2022. Try to solve this better. This is a 10-mark question. Do as much practice as you can, okay? From different sources, different past year paper, whether IAS economic optional, IES, DEPR, जहां पे भी eco के subjective questions दिखते हैं, try to practice all of them. So you're given price is equal to 100 minus 2Q. You're given marginal cost as 10 and Q as Q1 plus Q2, right? It says, suppose firm 1 is market leader and firm 2 is follower. Firm 1 decides its output first. Find, sorry, this is a 20-mark question, my bad. Huh? Find equilibrium output, price, and profit of both the firms. Give it a try, better. Take 5 minutes, try to do this question yourself. Of both the firms. So, from the wording, this should strike that it is a Stackelberg model. And from this, it should strike that we need to follow backward induction. We need to follow backward induction, right? Now think about it. So you should write certain things down. It's a 20-mark question. How will you start the solution? Since firm 2 is follower, following backward induction, we must solve for profit maximization of firm 2 first. Right. So now you have told the examiner that you know that you have to first solve for the profit maximization of firm 2 because this is a sequential game. And in sequential game, you do backward induction. So that much has been informed by you to the examiner. Now you write down the profit maximizing, profit function of firm 2. So it is price into quantity of firm 2 minus cost of firm 2. Right? So what is the price given to us as? The price function is 100 minus 2 capital Q into Q2 And what is the cost function given to us as? Marginal cost is 10. So small c into Q2. Now I can go ahead and write this as, instead of capital Q, I can write it as Q1 plus Q2 into Q2 minus 10 into Q2. And I can just open this up. 100 Q2 minus 2 Q1 Q2 minus 2 Q2 square minus 10 Q2. But this will be 100 Q2 minus 10 Q2. That means 90 Q2 minus 2 Q1 Q2 minus 2 Q2 square. This will be profit function of firm 2. First order condition. You differentiate this with respect to Q2 and equate it to 0. तो क्या आ जाएगा? 90 minus 2 Q1. Q2 का differentiation है 1 minus 4 Q2 equal to 0. So you will get 90 minus 2 Q1 minus 4 Q2 equal to 0. From here you will get beta Q2 is equal to 90 minus 2 Q1 by 4. And you can also say that this is the best response function. Try to tell examiner as much as you know. Function of firm 2. So you can always mention that this is best response of firm 2 as a function of Q1. Right? This is nothing but best response of firm 2 as a function of Q1. Right? This is best response function. Now, the profit equation of firm 1. Now you write the profit equation of firm 1 beta. It is price into quantity minus cost function of firm 1. So price will be 100 minus 2 capital Q into Q1 minus small c into Q1. Okay. 100 minus 2. So instead of Q1, I can, capital Q, I can write Q1 plus Q2 into Q1 minus C Q1. This will give me 100 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 2 Q1 Q2 minus, so C is 10 Q1. This will be 90 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 2 Q1 Q2. Note that till this point is symmetric to the equation that you had written of firm 2. 90 Q2 minus 2 Q1 Q2 minus 2 Q2 square. Q1 की जगह Q2 और Q2 की जगह Q1 हुआ है. You notice this. Till this point it is symmetric. Okay. Now, since firm 1 is leader, he can think of the action of firm 2 once he declares the quantity he would sell. Thus, firm 1 puts the best response of firm 2 in his profit function. In his profit function, right? I hope this is making sense. So we are going ahead and we are substituting beta. firm one, क्योंकि वो सबसे पहले एक्ट कर रहा है, he knows exactly how firm two will react, in accordance with what he has already done. So what firm one is now going to go ahead and do is he's going to substitute the best response function of firm two here, right? So what will you go ahead and what will you get? You'll get 90 Q1 minus 2Q1 square minus 2Q1. And instead of Q2, he knows the best response function. So it is 90 minus 2Q1 by 4. So just plug this here. 90 minus 2Q1 by 4. Right, this is the profit function of firm 1. Sorry. Right. Now notice that the profit function of firm 1 is entirely in terms of Q1. So I can just, open this further. 90 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 180 Q1 by 4 plus 4 Q1 square by 4. So I'll get 90 Q1 minus 2 Q1 square minus 45 Q1 plus Q1 square. So this will be 45 Q1 minus Q1 square. So you have got the profit function of firm 1, and this profit function of firm 1 is completely in terms of Q1. Now, maximizing the profit of firm 1. I hope this is making sense to you. This is how you have to go ahead and you have to write, huh? एक proper symmetry में देखो. It's a 20-mark question. The moment I know it's a 20-mark question, I have to make sure that I tell the examiner each and everything. I tell the examiner that I know well how to go ahead and solve this. In fact, you can also go ahead and you can also plot the reaction functions. हाँ, स्टैकलबर्ग मॉडल में जो रिएक्शन फंक्शंस का प्लॉटिंग होता है, आप वो भी कर सकते हैं, जैसे हमने कूर्नो और स्टैकलबर्ग में देखा है. इफ यू लुक इनटू माय वीडियो लेक्चर्स, यू वुड सी ना कि हमने एक ऐसा बनाया है जहाँ पे रिएक्शन फंक्शंस मीट एंड प्रॉफिट कहाँ पे मैक्सिमम होता है, राइट, एंड वी हैव द मैक्सिमम प्रॉफिट बीइंग अटेन्ड देयर. प्रॉफिट फंक्शन को हम निकाल देते हैं. So if required, if you want, you can also draw that. That will fetch you an additional mark. Ki, haan, this person knows anything and everything about this question, right? So maximizing the profit, and what do you get, beta? Del pi 1 by del q1 equal to 0. Just do this now. Try to do this question yourself. Find out the equilibrium output, prices, and profit of the two firm. Just give it a try. Take a minute, try to do this. What do you think will be the answer? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So let's begin with one of the questions first, beta. IAS Economics Optional 2022 Paper 1 Question number 3A, beta. Question number 3A. Let's write down the question. Try to do this question. IAS curve is the locus of equilibrium points in the commodity market. What do points above and below IS curve signify? We have done similar question in the past also, right? We have taken similar question in the past. So IS curve is the locus of equilibrium points in the commodity market. What do the points above and below the IS curve signify? Try to do this question, beta. Give it a try. अब देखो, they have already in this question given you the definition of IS curve. माने they are not interested in you explaining what IS curve is. वो उन्होंने ऑलरेडी आपको बता दिया है यहाँ पे, राइट? They are more interested in understanding whether you understand the dynamics of the IS curve. ठीक है, बट इसमें एक चीज है जो हमें थोड़ा समझना पड़ेगा, that this is a 15 marks question. अगर मैं डायरेक्टली पॉइंट्स अबव एंड बिलो IS कर्व पे चली जाऊं, सो इट मे not help me secure the highest marks, right? So what I can do is, what will be a good approach to follow is that I can also derive the IS curve mathematically. क्योंकि एक 50, had it been a 5, 7, 10 mark question, तब तक ठीक था कि I would have directly explained the points above and below the IS curve. But since this is a 15 marks question, so it requires me to go ahead and to also derive the IS curve. Okay? That way, we go ahead and we ensure that we have given a complete answer. ये बात समझते हो? ठीक है, let's begin writing the answer. ध्यान से मेरे साथ देखना बेटा. The IS curve is derived from equilibrium in the goods market where Y is equal to AD. This is the first aspect. Y is equal to AD, right? It also implies locus of all points such that saving equal to investment. But जहां पे भी Y equal to AD होता है, saving and investments are equal to each other. So we can also say saving equal to investment. Okay. Now I begin with Y equal to C plus I plus G. So you can go ahead and you can solve this. C is equal to C bar plus small c YD, where YD is disposable income and YD equal to Y minus T. So disposable income is income minus taxes. So we get Y equal to C bar plus C Y minus T plus I bar minus BI plus G, right? तो we get, अच्छा हमेशा याद रखना कि जब भी हम गुड्स मार्केट की बात करते हैं, whenever we talk about goods market, तो इंटरेस्ट रेट हमेशा रियल इंटरेस्ट रेट होता है. ठीक है, नॉमिनल की बात नहीं हो रही है, हमेशा रियल इंटरेस्ट रेट की बात हो रही है. यू हैव टू कीप दिस इन माइंड बेटा. ठीक है, चलिए तो let's go back to the question and let's try to solve this. So y is equal to C bar plus CY minus CT plus I bar minus BI plus G. Y is equal to A bar. A bar is nothing but all autonomous factors. ये सब autonomous है, ठीक है, plus CY minus BI minus BI. 1 minus CY equal to A bar minus BI. Y star equal to A bar minus BI upon 1 minus C. This is your equilibrium level of income. We are showing relationship between income and interest rate. Okay. So all YI combinations all YI combinations, right, are points on the IS curve. ठीक है. अच्छा, यहां पर समवेयर इन द ब्रैकेट यू मेंशन बेटा कि जो ए बार होगा, जहां पे भी आपने ए बार फर्स्ट टाइम इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, यू मेंशन वेयर ए बार इज सी बार माइनस सी टी प्लस आई बार प्लस जी, right? Then we can go ahead and we can show something like this. This is my C plus I plus G. NX भी लिख सकते हो, does not really matter. हाँ, I mean you do it for an open economy or you do it for a closed economy, you are deriving the IS curve. उससे ज्यादा it does not matter. Okay, ठीक है. So then you have your 45-degree line and you have your Y star. ठीक है. Now suppose there is an increase in interest rate, decreasing investment, shifting AD curve downwards, shifting AD curve downwards. AD dash, Y dash, thereby reducing equilibrium level of output, which is prominent from here also. Now, so if I increases interest rate, there is a negative sign. There is a negative sign. So when interest rate increases, beta automatically output will decrease, right? So you get your IS curve with the locus of these. Y star, Y dash, interest rate is decreasing. So with, sorry, interest rate is increasing. So with Y dash, you have a higher interest rate. And पहले वाला interest rate I1 है. You join these points and you get an IS curve. ठीक है? You get an IS curve. तो ये IS curve तो अब आ गया हमारे पास. Now we have to look at points above and below the IS curve. So you pick up a point here, E1, and you pick up a point below IS curve. So you pick up a point here, E2, right? Points above IS curve. Okay. Write down. At points above IS curve, such as point E1, the interest rate is more than what is required for equilibrium. So you notice that at E1 interest rate is I2 beta, but Y star income पर required interest rate equilibrium के लिए I1 है. तो अगर मैं income को Y star रखती हूँ, if I hold income at Y star, the required interest rate for equilibrium is I1. But we are noticing that we are getting the interest rate at I2. So interest rate is greater than equilibrium interest rate, right? So because the interest rate is higher, therefore the investment will fall. Investment demand will be lower, right? So when investment will be lower, not fall, will be lower, will be a good statement, will be lower. So when investment will be lower, तो C plus I plus G में this is low. As compared to equilibrium जो C plus I plus G चाहिए, उसके comparison में C plus I plus G कम है. So this is low than the supply. We can say that aggregate demand is low than aggregate supply. Right? So we can say that these points are the points where aggregate supply is above aggregate demand. So therefore, these are points where aggregate supply is more than aggregate demand, reflecting excessive supply. Reflecting excessive supply. Also, these are the points where saving will be more than investment, क्योंकि investment बहुत low है, right? Where saving will be more than investment, right? So there is excess supply in the goods market and saving will be more than investment. तो जब saving ज्यादा होगी, investment कम होगी, what will happen? This will demand नहीं है बेटा. If there is no demand, तो firms किसी को supply नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, prices fall करेंगे, the output will fall in the long run. So this will lead to output income contraction in long run. Right? This will lead to output income contraction on the long run. And when the output will contract, the economy will go back to market clearing output. तो देखो ध्यान से क्या हुआ. We began with combination E1. हम अभी E1 पे थे. At E1, interest rate was I2, income was Y star. Investment was less than saving. Aggregate supply was more than aggregate demand. So in long run, output starts declining and it reaches Y dash. So interest is I2 and output is Y dash, which means you reach this point. So E2 say, E1 say, sorry, you go towards the point E. E1 say you're going towards point E. Is this making sense? So now that you have understood what are the points above the IS curve, I hope you can write a similar analysis for the points below the IS curve. माने अब इसी तरीके से आपको शो करना है that if I begin with point E2, I will go towards point say F. If I begin with point E2, I will reach point F. Is this clear? Will you be able to write this part? Hello, beta. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, first of all, we are going to go ahead and take question number 1D of 2022 IAS Economics Optional Paper 1. Right? Beta, question देखते हैं. Discuss the factor endowment theory of trade in terms of abundance in factor prices and factor abundance. This is the question which has been asked to us, right? Okay, now let us try to go ahead and let us try to answer this. So we want to explain the factor endowment theory. सबसे पहला बेटा, the moment you read this question, it should hit your mind where exactly, right? You have gone ahead and you have studied द फैक्टर एंडोमेंट थ्योरी. पहला चीज यही होगा कि आप एक माइंड बनाओ कि फैक्टर एंडोमेंट थ्योरी हमने कौन से चैप्टर में इंटरनेशनल इकोनॉमिक्स में पढ़ी है, राइट? सो वी हैव स्टडीड द फैक्टर एंडोमेंट थ्योरी इन हेक्सजेरोलन मॉडल, right? So therefore we will go ahead and we will answer that this is a Heckscher-Rollin model theory. But what does it say? It says that, so it says that any country which is abundant in any factor, right? So for example, let's say that there are two countries, India and US. Okay, and let's say India is labor abundant and US is capital abundant. Okay, in any country which is abundant in a particular factor will be exporting those goods which use that factor, right? And since you will be, since you will be supplying that product, right, not only to your own country, but to the rest of the world, right? Why is that happening? Why are you factor abundant in that good? You are factor abundant because you have that good at a relatively lower price. लेबर अगर चीप होगा तो ही तो आप फैक्टर अबंडेंट होगे. अगर लेबर चीप नहीं होगा आपकी कंट्री में तो आप लेबर अबंडेंट नहीं हो सकते हो, राइट? सो देयरफॉर वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट अबंडेंस, दो चीजें आती हैं. पहला फिजिकल अबंडेंस, कि लेबर की सप्लाई कैपिटल की सप्लाई से ज्यादा है, राइट? दैट इज इन द फैक्टर अबंडेंस, राइट? फैक्टर एंडोमेंट का अबंडेंस. एंड सेकेंड इज फैक्टर प्राइस अबंडेंस. फैक्टर प्राइस अबंडेंस ये बोलता है कि लेबर तब अबंडेंट होगा, लेबर तब ज्यादा होगा एज कंपेयर टू कैपिटल if we notice that the price of labor is relatively lower than the price of capital. So we want to answer two things in this beta. Question को ध्यान से देखो. One, we want to answer abundance in factor prices. माने factor prices के direction के through आप abundance को reach कर रहे हो. And second, we want to answer factor abundance. माने you are able to reach abundance because there is more of that factor as compared to the other factor. बात समझ में आती है? This is what this question is going ahead and asking. ये इस question का implication है, right? Now let us go ahead and let us try to answer this question. ठीक है. So as I told you कि not every time you will spend one line saying कि I know that this was given by Heckscher-Rollin. ऐसे नहीं. You can just in the question itself mention that in the Heckscher-Rollin model factor abundance refers to the following. ठीक है, इसी तरीके से आप बता पाओगे कि कि ये जो फैक्टर अबंडेंस वाला थ्योरी है ये हेक्सचर-रोलिन मॉडल के थ्रू आती है. यू विल बी एबल टू एक्सप्लेन दैट थ्रू दैट. समझ रहे हो? So don't waste always a line on telling who gave what. वो मत करना. हाँ? Okay. Let us go ahead and let us begin the answer, beta. Write it with me. The factor abundance theory under Hegscher Olin model explains trade through differences in factor endowment between nations. It suggests country export goods that use its abundant factor intensively and imports goods that use scarce factor. तो जो फैक्टर अबंडेंट होगा आप उसका प्रोडक्शन ज्यादा करोगे. इफ यू विल प्रोड्यूस मोर ऑफ दैट गुड यू विल बी एबल टू मीट द अदर कंट्रीज डिमांड ऑल्सो. माने यू विल बी एबल टू एक्सपोर्ट दैट गुड and that factor which is scarce you will go ahead and you will import that good, right? So for example, India being labor intensive exports. Now you know that India is labor intensive, right? I mean India has abundance of labor. So since India has abundance of labor it can only export labor intensive good. और labor intensive good क्या होंगे? Cloth, textile sector, garments, IT services, right? Export textile, garments, IT services, which are labor intensive goods, which are labor intensive goods. क्लियर हो गई बात बेटा? तो ये हमारा पहला पॉइंट हो गया जिसमें हमने फैक्टर अबंडेंस थ्योरी को एक्सप्लेन किया है. Now just notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. बेटा important है. I know all of you know the concept. I am not explaining concept here. हाँ हमें ये भी समझना है कि कितने वर्ड्स में ये आंसर आ पा रहा है. 5 words. हाँ so on an average if I take 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. तो माने we have covered till now 45 words, 45 to 50 words, 100 words are still left. तो now we have explained कि factor abundance theory होती क्या है. अब हम समझाएंगे कि what are the two things on which this factor abundant theory it it depends, right? So there are two criterias. Of this. One, factor price test. Right? This is, so factor price test says that a factor is relatively abundant if it is cheap, right? It's also called factor price test, your factor price approach, your relative price approach, all mean the same thing. So country is factor abundant if the relative price of that factor is lower compared to the other country, right? Compared to the other country. So consider country X and Y, right? And factor L and K, labor and capital, okay? If PK by PL in country X is less than PK by PL in country Y, so price of capital by labor is less in country X as compared to price of capital by labor in country Y. It means X has relatively cheap labor and should consider or should export, sorry, relatively cheap capital. Relatively cheap capital. PK by PL is less than PK by PL in Y. Relatively cheap capital and should export capital intensive goods. It should import capital intensive good. Okay. Irrespective of the K by L ratio in the two countries. So what this is going ahead and saying is that it does not matter to us what is the amount of capital and amount of labor in the two countries. What matters to us is that what is the price of capital and price of labor in the two countries, right? And if we have price of capital by labor less in country X as compared to country Y, then we can go ahead and we can say that country X, since capital is cheap, should be exporting capital. That's it. Capital intensive good. Bas. Okay. Now, second one. But this is the factor proportion or factor endowment test physically. Physical factor. So factor proportion or factor endowment test, we are talking about the actual amount of factor physically. Right. Now we will be considering the K by L ratio. Right. So country is factor abundant if it possesses large relative supply of factor as compared to another country. Right? For example, now we will be considering the actual K by L ratio. So we can go ahead and say if K by L in country X is less than K by L in country Y, Y has relatively more capital and should export capital intensive goods. Should export capital intensive goods. Okay. अच्छा, let me give you an example. बहुत important है बेटा. कंट्री X and Y. कैपिटल है 100, लेबर है 50, कैपिटल है 150, लेबर है 100. अब अगर आप देखो तो एब्सोल्यूट टर्म्स में लेबर और कैपिटल दोनों ही कंट्री वाई के पास ज्यादा है. तो इससे तो आपको लगेगा कि कंट्री वाई हैज बोथ लेबर एंड कैपिटल मोर, बट हम रिलेटिव निकालते हैं. तो यहाँ पे 100/50 आता है 2, एंड यहाँ पे 150/100 आता है 1.5. So K by L in country X is more than K by L in country Y here, right? So relatively, now X is more capital abundant. So X will produce and export capital intensive goods. X will produce and export capital intensive good. ये बात समझ में आती है? Is it clear बेटा? ठीक है. अच्छा, now the question had only asked this much. ठीक है. So I have answered factor endowment theory. The next part of factor endowment theory is actually factor equalization theorem. But because this is just a 10 marks question, because मुझे सिर्फ इतना समझाना था कि factor abundant theory होती क्या है. So I have answered that much well in this question and nothing else is required. ठीक है. If the word limit still remains, अगर आपको लगता है कि even after answering all of this, ma'am, I still have about 10, 15, 20 words left. I can write. तो आप criticism भी mention कर सकते हो. You can say that it ignores technology, transportation cost, assumes identical production functions, but otherwise speaking, this much answer is enough. ठीक है. ये एक sufficient, well sufficed answer है जिसमें हमने example भी दे दिया, हमने सब बता भी दिया. यहाँ पे इसको probably you can write it in words कि although Y has more of both inputs in the absolute terms, Y has more of both inputs in absolute terms, still you can go ahead and say कि we are considering the relative terms. ठीक है. Still X produces and exports capital intensive good. You can mention that. But just keep in mind कि word limit should not be crossed. Okay, is it clear? Any doubt? ठीक है बेटा. So this is how you can write the answer to question number 1D. Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. But today first, we will go ahead and we will take one past year question. So please try to take a moment, try to solve this question yourself, and then we'll do it together. Okay. It is a 15 marks question, and the question is going ahead and asking you what is the difference between difference and similarity between the two models. One is the Kurno model with similar products, and the other is that with differentiated products. Try to do this question yourself first. Give it a try. It's a 15 marks question, right? So first create a mind map in your mind what all you will write in this question. Try to create a mind map. You must go ahead and begin by first telling what a Kurno model is. So you begin by telling what is a Kurno model, where firms simultaneously decide the quantity, right? Then you go ahead and if you want, you write certain assumptions of the Kurno model. ठीक है क्या हो जाएंगे assumption बेटा? That firms decide quantity simultaneously. Market price depends on the total market quantity, right? Each firm maximizes its profit, holding the quantity of the other firm constant. ठीक है तो ये कुछ assumptions हो जाएंगी. Then you begin explaining the two models. So you begin by going ahead and talking about homogeneous model, homogeneous quantity or homogeneous product model, right? And in homogeneous product, you have, because it's a homogeneous product, you have just one price prevailing in the market for those products. So you have the equation P is equal to A minus B capital Q, right? P is equal to A minus B capital Q, representing that there is a single price dependent on the total quantity sold in the market, right? Now, when we talk about differentiated product, there will be two different prices, right? Because the product is differentiated. So the moment you have the product being differentiated, the price that is charged is also different, right? So for differentiated product, then you have two separate equations. P1 is equal to A minus B Q1 minus suppose D Q2 and P2 is equal to A minus B Q2 minus D Q1. So now what we have gone ahead and what we have done is that we have introduced the concept of differentiated prices, that prices are different, right? So you go ahead and you put this into the modeling, right? And at last, what you do is after solving the two models, you can show what their contrasts are, compare them, compare the two models, right? Compare what prices you're getting, right? Compare what kind of reaction curves you're getting in the two cases, right? So compare when the differentiated model looks like the similar model, right? This is the entire answer that you can go ahead and you can write. So I hope that the mind map is clear to you. I hope you're clear कि क्या क्या चीजें इसमें आएंगी. Now try to take a minute and try to write the answer for this one. Let's start. Solution. We'll begin by explaining what the Cournot model is. Cournot model is an oligopolistic market model in which firms simultaneously determine the price that exists, the quantity that exists in the market. Assumptions. So you can also say the quantity that instead of exists in the market, you can also say the quantity that each one of them are willing to sell. What quantity each one of them is willing to sell, that is also Cournot model, right? And because you simultaneously decide how much you are willing to sell, ultimately you have decided how much will be there in the market. Okay, then assumptions. So पहला हो जाएगा बेटा that there are two firms in the market. So for the model that we are doing, we are assuming that there are two firms. Though Cournot model can be solved for n firms also. But for what I am going to solve right now, I will assume two firms in the market. Second, firms simultaneously decide on the quantity, right? And third, market price depends on the total quantity sold. Market price depends on total quantity sold. Okay. Now you will write homogeneous products. Right. So you can say that since the products are homogeneous, there is one price that will be existing in the market dependent on the total quantity sold in the market. So please write. Since there is or there are homogeneous products sold in the market, the market price is dependent on total quantity sold. Only one price exists in the market. Only one price exists in the market. So P is equal to A minus B capital Q, where Q is Q1 plus Q2. Okay. Then you can form beta for firm 1. You can form its profit function. So profit of firm 1 will be price into Q1 minus cost into Q1. So your marginal cost, I'm assuming to be constant at C. for both firm 1 and firm 2. So you will get P is equal to A minus B capital Q Q1 minus C Q1 A minus B Q1 plus Q2 into Q1 minus C Q1 A Q1 minus B Q1 square minus B Q1 Q2 minus C Q1, and this is the profit function of form 1. You differentiate with respect to Q1 and equate it to 0. So you get A minus 2B Q1 minus B Q2 minus C equal to 0, and write the reaction function A minus B Q2 minus C by 2B minus C by 2B. This is the reaction form of firm 1 as a function of Q2. Right? You don't have to solve for the other firm. So you can say since firms are symmetric, therefore reaction function of firm 2 will be, and you just give the reaction function of firm 2 beta. तो हो जाएगा Q2 equal to A minus B Q1 minus C by 2B. Q1 will be replaced with Q2 and Q2 will be replaced by Q1. Just simply go ahead and write that. That is enough. You don't have to really solve for it. Okay. Solving the two simultaneously. Solve them. I'm leaving it to you to find that you will get this. You'll get this. A minus C by 3B. You should remember this anyways, beta. ये बहुत important है, इसको आपको अच्छे से याद रखना जरूरी है. ठीक है? And you can solve for the price also, which will be A minus so if you just put the quantity, total quantity, you will get the price. So A minus B Q. So A minus B. Instead of Q, I will write Q1 plus Q2. So 2 A minus C by 3B. Right? So you will go ahead and get A minus 3A minus 2A plus C upon 3. A plus C upon 3. This will be your price. Okay. Now do it with differentiated case. Differentiated product. Right? So now what will you do? You will have P1 is equal to A minus B Q1 minus D Q2. P2 is equal to A minus B Q2 minus D Q1. So differentiated product is that case. Actually, you can just explain this in one line. Where product demand does not only depend on the own quantity, but also on the quantity of the rival. There is some cross price effect, right? So this is own price effect. And this is cross price effect. So now you will just replace this first line that we have written. You will say, since there are differentiated product sold in the market, market price is dependent on own price effect and cross price effect. There are two separate prices in the market. दोनों firm क्योंकि differentiated product sell कर रहे हैं like Domino's and Pizza Hut, they can charge different prices because of differentiated products in the market, right? So now what you will do is you will again form the profit function of firm one better. So price of firm one, quantity of firm one, cost and quantity. And instead of price of firm one, you will write A minus B Q1 minus D Q2 into Q1 minus C Q1. This will be the profit function of firm one, right? So now if I differentiate this with respect to Q1, I'll get A minus 2BQ1 minus DQ2 minus C equal to 0. So I will get Q1 equal to A minus DQ2 minus C by 2. And Q2 will be symmetric in nature. So Q2 will give me A minus DQ1 minus C by 2. Again, you don't have to solve for Q2. It's a symmetric function, right? So you can just write that since firm 2 has symmetric profit function, the reaction function of firm 2 will be, and just write it down. Okay. Now again, solve Q1 and Q2 simultaneously. Solve Q1 and Q2 simultaneously and you can get the answer. I'm leaving it to you as a homework. ठीक है, Q2 को यहाँ पे प्लग इन करो, Q1 का आंसर आ जाएगा, Q1 का आ जाएगा तो वापस Q2 निकाल लो. Now there are certain things I want to kind of highlight to you. So important pointers or special cases. So note that I have written P1 is equal to A minus BQ1 minus DQ2. A minus BQ1 minus DQ2. So if your D is 0, that means there is no interaction. There is no cross price effect, right? There is no, my demand does not depend on your demand. So no interaction means in a way firms are acting as monopoly. Now, if B and D are equal, suppose this is also 2 and this is also 2. So if B and D are equal, it means I just have suppose B with me because both are equal. So I can go ahead and I can take that B common and I'll get Q1 plus Q2. It means that it is no product differentiation. It is no product differentiation. It's a homogeneous product market, right? And these are the two important cases. And then what you can do is just as a passing note, you can write that if D is greater than B, right? If D is greater than B, it means that my price is more affected by your quantity. Then we say that products are strategic complements. I leave it to you to check that what will happen to the reaction function in this case. How will be the reaction function in this case? I leave it to you to check, right? Check what happens to the reaction function with the presence of D and with the magnitude of D. So homework. Please do it and post it in the Telegram channel beta. Ki what happens to the reaction function. Plot them, huh? A in the presence of D. B in the absence of D. Absence of D means homogeneous product. Presence of D means discriminated product. And C with the magnitude of D. I mean, if D is greater than B versus D less than B. So it's a homework question. You go ahead and answer this and post your answers in the Telegram group. Okay. Okay. So this is how you can go ahead and how you can attempt your answer for this question. Okay, beta. Thank you. Let's go ahead and now begin with the class. Hello, beta. Good evening, everyone. So we will now begin by revising IES 2022 G1 question 1 beta, right? Please read out the question. Try to do this question with me. We will quickly try to finish this paper. It says first question beta. Show the condition for Cobb-Douglas production function. So you can take a Cobb-Douglas production function y is equal to k to the power alpha L to the power beta. And you can say that this production function, it's a function of labor and capital. So this is equal to k to the power alpha and L to the power beta. Now, beta, what you can go ahead and do is you can scale labor and scale capital. So this is going to be lambda k to the power alpha, lambda L to the power beta. And this will be lambda to the power alpha, k to the power alpha, lambda to the power beta, L to the power beta. और यहां से आ जाएगा बेटा आपके पास लैम्डा टू द पावर अल्फा प्लस बीटा के टू द पावर अल्फा एल टू द पावर बीटा so it will be lambda to the power alpha plus beta into the original production function yes beta for the next year we are starting economic optional batch you can contact Rohit sir on our official phone number we are starting the batch from 23rd of this month 23rd of June okay okay so now we want to go ahead and we want to tell the condition for increasing constant and diminishing returns to scale so very simple beta if alpha plus beta is greater than 1 increasing returns to scale alpha plus beta is equal to 1 constant returns to scale alpha plus beta less than 1 decreasing returns to scale so this is the condition for returns to scale okay this is question number 1 beta are the law of returns compatible are the law of returns compatible so yes you can go ahead and tell about law of return law of return जो होता है बेटा वो short run होता है it focuses on one input returns to scale is both inputs so both are compatible but they apply for different time frame आपको ये बात बताना पड़ेगा that when we talk about the law of return law to return this is basically short run है ना and when we talk about the returns to scale right beta this is basically long run so this is the difference between short run and long run you have to explain this that दोनों एक दूसरे के साथ compatible तो हैं but दोनों का time frame बहुत ही ज्यादा अलग है okay now go ahead and talk about the next question beta let's read the next question now so what is the next question saying it says define homothetic preferences, explain common characteristic of such preference with the help of necessary diagram, with the help of necessary diagram. तो होमोथेटिक प्रेफरेंसेस वो प्रेफरेंसेस होती हैं जहां पे जो इंडिफरेंस कर्व्स होते हैं दे आर रेडियल एक्सपेंशंस ऑफ ईच अदर. व्हाट डज इट मीन? It means that homothetic preferences are those preferences where MRS is a function of the ratio of the inputs. MRS is a function of the ratio of the inputs, right? For example, if I go ahead and if I take the utility function xy, utility function xy, तो बेटा यहाँ पे जो हमारा MRS आ जाएगा, the MRS will be MUX by MUY. So if I differentiate with respect to x, I will get y. With respect to y, I will get x. तो हमारा MRS y by x आ जाएगा. And we can clearly see that MRS is a function. MRS is a function of y by x. Therefore, this is homothetic. ये homothetic preference को represent करता है. It represents homothetic preference. But example 2 बेटा, if your utility function, this is root x plus y, then your MRS will be 1 by 2 root x divided by 1. Mane 1 by 2 root x. And this is not a function of y by x. So therefore, this is not homothetic. Homothetic का meaning diagrammatically क्या होता है बेटा? That if I take an indifference curve and I draw a ray through the origin, right? And I say that this is my MRS here. MRS means slope. Then through this ray through the origin, इस ray through the origin पे जिस जिस पॉइंट पे हम अलग अलग आईसीस का MRS निकालेंगे, if I find MRS at this point, MRS at this point, the MRS will be the same, because as long as you have one ray through the origin, you assume that your y by x ratio is constant. Your y by x ratio is constant. And if you have a constant y by x ratio, अगर आपका ratio constant है, as long as you're on the same ray through origin, you will get the same slope. So MRS will be the same. Similarly, beta, if I go ahead and if I take another ray through origin, तो यहाँ पर एक अलग y by x ratio होगा. और अगर एक अलग y by x रेशियो होगा, सो ऑटोमेटिकली व्हाट इज गोइंग टू गो एड एंड हैपन बेटा, कि यहाँ पर y by x थ्रू दिस रेट्स द सेम, तो यहाँ पर हम जब भी एमआरएस निकालेंगे, स्लोप निकालेंगे, इट विल बी द सेम. एंड सेम स्लोप मीन्स कि जब हम ये टैंजेंट लाइंस ड्रॉ करेंगे, वी विल नोटिस दैट सिंस द स्लोप इज इक्वल, these tangent lines, they will be parallel beta. Tangent lines will be parallel. Similarly, if we draw here, so I will notice that I will get parallel tangent lines representing same MRS. Representing same MRS. Is this clear? Okay. Come to the next question, beta. What is monopoly power? What factor determine the amount of monopoly power? Beta, this is a question which has been repeated many times. अगर आप देखो ये question 2023 के exam में भी था, and 2022 exam also it's there. So it's a repeated question. We have already discussed what is monopoly power. And when we talk, so point number C. So when we talk about monopoly power, basically monopoly power, monopoly power basically can be seen through the learner's index. Right? And what is the formula for that? P minus MC by P. This is the formula for learner's index, right? And this is inversely related to the elasticity of demand. Okay? So basically, and what this elasticity of demand depends on, किस चीज पे depend करेगा? That you have low elasticity of demand, number of competitors, product differentiation, barriers to entry, etc. So since monopolist is the only firm in the market, competition is zero, you have low elasticity. And since there is low elasticity, you have high monopoly power. Mane, you have high markup. So the markup is high. Is this clear? Okay. Now let us go ahead to the next question, beta. Question number 4. Explain the difference between bandwagon effect and snob effect. Bandwagon effect and snob effect. ठीक है. Bandwagon, snob. बेटा when we talk about the bandwagon effect, जब हम bandwagon effect की बात करते हैं, basically this is due to society, right? Whereas snob effect is due to an externality effect, right? So bandwagon effect is when demand increases because more people are consuming it, right? Snob effect is when you are consuming it because fewer people are consuming it. ठीक है. तो एक तरीके से हम बोल सकते हैं कि बैंडवैगन इफेक्ट जो होता है दैट्स अ पॉजिटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी इफेक्ट. मतलब अगर ज्यादा लोग कंज्यूम करेंगे तो डिमांड बढ़ेगी, राइट? जैसे आईफोन, अगर मेरे आसपास के सारे फ्रेंड्स आईफोन कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं देन आई विल आल्सो बाय एन आईफोन. सो देयर इज अ पॉजिटिव बैंडवैगन इफेक्ट, a positive externality effect. Snob effect is negative externality effect, right? So I will purchase a thing which is exclusive, right? I will purchase a thing when fewer people are consuming it. So snob effect has negative network externality effect. Bandwagon effect has positive network externality effect, right? Okay, beta, come to the next question. Next question. What is the meaning of deadweight loss? Why a price ceiling usually results in deadweight loss? So deadweight loss is the loss of the social surplus in the economy due to market efficiency, inefficiency. इस लाइन को आप अच्छे से याद करेंगे and you have to write this line whenever deadweight loss is asked. Deadweight loss is loss of social surplus due to market inefficiency. Loss of social surplus due to market inefficiency. ठीक है. Now basically what happens is that in case of price ceiling, जब price ceiling effective होता है, you are putting a price which is below the equilibrium price. So this is my equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity, और यहाँ पे हमने क्या किया ना, this is my price that I have set. ये price ceiling कर दिया मैंने, right? So when I put a price ceiling, right, I am creating a wedge between demand and supply. And whenever there is a wedge between demand and supply, जब भी shortage होता है, whenever quantity demanded exceeds quantity supplied, there will be loss of total welfare and it will create deadweight loss. तब deadweight loss होगा ही होगा. Is this clear? So you can mention this that due to shortage of demand, there is deadweight loss created in the economy. And then you can go ahead, beta, and you can also explain diagrammatically this thing. तो पहले आप क्या कर सकते हो, कुछ regions ले लो, region A, B, C, and then you can take D and E. ठीक है. And then you can explain colorful way of deadweight loss. तो क्या करोगे, पहले आपका जो कंज्यूमर सरप्लस है वो रीजन ए है. Producer surplus initially is B plus C. So total surplus is A plus B plus C. After price ceiling, right? Consumer surplus is area above price, below demand curve, right? But remember, quantity sold is only this much. डिमांड आप कितना भी करोगे, मार्केट में अगर है ही इतना क्वांटिटी सेल करने के लिए, यू विल बी एबल टू सेल ओनली दिस मच. सो योर कंज्यूमर सरप्लस विल बी दिस रीजन, pink shaded region, and your producer surplus will be this region, beta. We have taken these concept in class. I am not teaching you today. I am just telling you कि आंसर में क्या क्या आना चाहिए, right? So your loss of welfare will be this much. This is your deadweight loss. I have taken this question in class, right? So this is your deadweight loss. Okay.
State fundamental theorem of welfare economics. Very, very easy. You will explain first welfare theorem and second welfare theorem. Right? First welfare theorem क्या कहते हैं कि if you have perfectly competitive market, if markets are at equilibrium, so individual one क्या करेगा? MRS को अपने प्राइस रेशियो से इक्वेट करेगा. इंडिविजुअल टू क्या करेगा? MRS को प्राइस रेशियो से इक्वेट करेगा. But when both individual will equate MRS to price ratio, then your MRS will become equal to each other. And this will be condition of Pareto efficiency. So perfect competition will lead to Pareto efficiency. That is your first welfare theorem. And second welfare theorem क्या कहते हैं कि any Pareto efficient equilibrium can be achieved as a competitive equilibrium through redistribution and market exchange, है ना. तो ये हमने दोनों welfare theorem पढ़ा हुआ है. You can revise those. Come to the last question. Public goods are both non-rival and non-exclusive. Explain each of these terms and show how they differ from each other. Very, very simple. So non-rivalrous. Usage by one doesn't lower usage for another. Example can be your park. If one person is walking in the park, does not reduce the amount of park available for another person, right? Non-excludable. No one can be excluded from using the commodity. No one can be excluded from using the commodity. So what we are saying in this case, we are saying basically that, you know, there is no price on these products. And since there is no price on these products, no one can be excluded from using these commodities, right? Again, example, defense. Defense doesn't have a price on it, so you cannot exclude anyone from using it. Is this clear? So with this beta, we complete question number 1 of GE1 paper 2022. Okay? Okay, beta. Thank you so much. I will meet in another session and discuss IES 2021 paper. Okay? Okay. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, beta, as usual, we'll start the class by taking one question. And today, the question which I want to go ahead and I want to take is question number 3 of IAS Economics Optional 2022 paper. Okay, let's see the question. So, it's question 1C. In demand for money, what are the major differences between transaction approach and cash balance approach? What are the major differences between transaction approach and cash balance approach? So try to understand that when we talk about the transaction approach, it was a Fisher's approach. And when we talk about the cash balance approach, it was Cambridge approach, right? So both are different things. Firstly, with respect to who gave what. Secondly, whenever we talk about transaction approach, as the word suggests, we are relating to the number of transactions that are being conducted. Right? When we talk about cash balance approach, as the word suggests, we want to relate money to the cash that people hold. Right? So transaction, we want to relate money to the number, to the volume of trade and velocity. And cash balance approach, we want to relate money to the cash, to the money you hold, right? So this is what you have to go ahead and you have to mainly focus on. Now, again, you have to remember that this is going to be an answer which you have to write in 150 words, right? So you have to make sure that you write as crisp as possible. Okay. In such questions, when they ask you the difference between two things, you can also go ahead. Though I don't personally, I don't kind of like writing in a paragraph. You can write it in a paragraph, but if you write it in maybe a box, if you write transaction approach on one side and cash balance approach on the other side, if you go ahead and if you do that, there is nothing like it, right? It will be very, very useful, right? You will score excellent marks in that case. Okay. So that will be a good approach to follow. Okay. Let us go ahead and let us write down the answer to this one. So I'm going to make a table. And I'm going to say transaction approach and cash balance approach. Right. Firstly, beta, we'll begin by who gave what. So transaction approach, it was given by Fisher, and cash balance approach, it was given by Cambridge of Economics. Right? Transaction, as the word suggests, it mainly focuses on demand of money to carry day-to-day transactions. So basically, we are saying that whatever money we need, that money is to go ahead and to carry out the day-to-day transactions, right? On the other hand, when we talk about cash balance approach, as the word suggests, it is the money which you need
which you hold, right? Because you want to store money, right? So it understands, it goes ahead and it identifies money as a store of value, right? So it views money as a store of value, right? It suggests money is held as proportion of income to meet future needs. तो कुछ पैसा हम फ्यूचर के लिए छोड़ देते हैं और कुछ पैसा हम करंट में कंज्यूम कर देते हैं. So money is required to meet even the future needs, right? Now, when we talk about the transaction approach, the equation is MV is equal to PT. And when we talk about the cash balance approach, so M is equal to 1 by V PY. It begins by stating MV is equal to PY. Takes V on the other side, it becomes M equal to 1 by V PY. 1 by V becomes K PY. And this becomes the cash balance approach. M is equal to KY, right? And this basically, it says MV is equal to PT, right? So we can say that here the focus is on transactions, and here the focus is on cash holding, right? So because we are talking about transactions, in a way, this is very mechanical approach. कि जितने transaction करना उतना आप उतना money you will hold. So it is mechanical in nature. Whereas this talks about cash dependent on the income that you have, right? So it is a very behavioral approach. Behavioral. It is a behavioral approach, right? Acha, either ways, whether we talk about transaction demand or whether we talk about cash balance approach, please remember that we assume that the velocity of money is constant. That is something which is across the two approaches. कि जो भी हमारा velocity of money होगा, जो हमारा V होगा, वो constant होगा. अब केस 1 में जब V constant है तो it is fine. But case 2 में V से हम बनता है 1 by V. 1 by V is K. And K is the proportion of money. Right? K is the proportion of money. किसी income का कितना proportion हम money में hold कर रहे हैं. Right? So you have to understand that the meaning of K changes. But since K is 1 by V and V is constant, so K is also assumed to be constant. Okay? Now, when we एक और बात बहुत important है, whenever we talk about whenever we talk about the Fisher approach, क्योंकि वहां पे V आ रहा है, you can say that, please make a note, it focuses on velocity of money, right? That is the rate at which money changes hands. When we talk about cash balance approach, it emphasizes the proportion of income that means it emphasizes on K, which people want to hold as cash balance. So here the focus is on V and here the focus is on K. That is also another thing, right? So ट्रांजैक्शन अप्रोच बोल रहे हैं कि मनी इज अ फ्लो कॉन्सेप्ट, एक इंसान से दूसरे इंसान से तीसरे इंसान इकोनॉमी में घूमता रहता है ना. सो अकॉर्डिंग टू कैश बैलेंस, सॉरी, ट्रांजैक्शन अप्रोच, मनी इज अ फ्लो कॉन्सेप्ट, right? That means it goes round and round throughout the economy, it keeps moving throughout the economy. But cash balance approach, it sees money as a stock concept. स्टॉक क्या था बेटा? स्टॉक माने जब हम किसी चीज का सो accumulation of flow is stock, right? So here money is a stock concept because it is thought that it is an inventory of wealth. It is at any point of time, right? So that people hold at any point of time. तो जो हमारा मनी है वो एक जगह पे स्टॉक कॉन्सेप्ट है और एक जगह पे फ्लो कॉन्सेप्ट है. दैट इज द डिफरेंस, राइट? ओके. बिकॉज ट्रांजैक्शन डिमांड ऑफ मनी सिर्फ एक मैकेनिकल अप्रोच है विच वी हैव रिटन, वी कैन से दैट इट इज अ नैरो डेफिनेशन ऑफ मनी, जो बोलता है कि मनी सिर्फ ट्रांजैक्शन के लिए यूज होता है. Whereas the other one, जो हमारा cash balance approach है, we can say it is a very, it's comparatively broader definition, क्योंकि ये stock of money को consider कर रहा है, ये money as a store of value consider कर रहा है, right? So it's a better framework, right? इसी की वजह से, because of this approach, because of the cash balance approach, we are able to better explain why trade cycles occur, right? We're able to better explain what happens in the economy. So we can go ahead and we can say that it is, according the cash balance approach, it is more comprehensive and analytical tool, right? It considers a more analytical tool. It considers a more comprehensive tool, right? So this is what is there. Acha, Cambridge school mein, if someone asks you ki ma'am, give me one name, right? So you have to understand that here you can give various names under the Cambridge school. That is why I have not given a particular name, but example will be Robertson equation of money. यहाँ पे अगर हमें एग्जाम्पल देना है तो हम रॉबर्टसन इक्वेशन को दे सकते हैं, राइट? ओके, सो दिस इज अनदर डिफरेंस दैट यू हैव. ओके बेटा, जब हम इसकी बात करते हैं तो आई होप आई हैव रिटन दैट when we talk about money as a store of value versus money to carry day-to-day transaction, हाँ, स्टोर ऑफ वैल्यू होते ही, स्टोर जब हम किसी चीज को करते हैं क्योंकि वो एक स्टॉक कॉन्सेप्ट बन जाता है, तो इसलिए ये आप पोर्टफोलियो में यूज कर सकते हो, right? I am storing something. It's a store of value. It means that when I create my portfolio, जिसमें I will include share, I will include debentures, I will include mutual funds, money भी एक item है मेरे portfolio का, right? So we can say that this, it has been developed into portfolio or capital theoretic approach. Whereas this one, it has given rise to inventory theory of money. It has given rise to inventory theory of money, because यहाँ पे हम सिर्फ ये बोल रहे हैं कि money is just changing hands. ठीक है बेटा, ये सारे हो गए differences. This is more than enough for the answer. But suppose you want to still conclude if you want to conclude this, I have written all the possible differences here. बट अगर इसको हमें एक अच्छे से कंक्लूजन देना है तो आप एंड में ये बता सकते हो दैट केम्ब्रिज अप्रोच जो है वो एक कंपेरेटिवली सुपीरियर अप्रोच है, राइट? सो द केम्ब्रिज अप्रोच is a superior approach as it is broader, comprehensive, right? And takes into account income level, right? So it takes into account M, not P, right? It also suggests that P may change even without change in M and is more significant in explaining trade cycles. Is more significant in explaining trade cycles. This is the end of it. ठीक है बेटा? जो हमारा केम्ब्रिज अप्रोच है ये बहुत बेटर अप्रोच है, ज्यादा रियलिस्टिक है. हाँ, इट्स द बेसिस ऑफ लिक्विडिटी प्रेफरेंस थ्योरी. इट इज मच मोर realistic, broader, comprehensive as compared to the other approach, as compared to the Fisher approach. Is this clear, beta? Okay. Okay. So this is it for the question that I wanted to